Of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It's Tuesday, June 27, 2023. All members of the planning agency are present. If you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In these complex times, help us to strive to do the best we possibly can for our community, and always keeping an eye to the future. Amen. I was going to give the law. Is there anyone who wishes to make public comment today? And this would be on an issue, Mr. Torgerson. I'm guessing it's not on one of the public hearings. Is that correct? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
are you going to introduce? Okay.
I'm going to introduce her next because she's got a little speech she wants to make.
And there's no need for the record for who's attending.
I said we were all present, but thank you. Thank you. Tom, go ahead.
Tom Torgerson, Fort Myers Beach. I saw the devastation of Hurricane Charlie and tried to redevelop the downtown beach area by raising density and height, much like some current concepts are. In doing so, it taught me why the town incorporated and what its vision was. I was taught a lesson. We retooled, doing a massive scale back, and redeveloped TPIFMB within the town's comp plan and land development code. Post Ian, we purchased Silver Sands Resort, destroyed by Ian. Why did we do so? Obviously because of its location to TPIFMB, but also the size of the property and its inherent build-back density. We met with Councilors 101 and shared our plan to redevelop Silver Sands within the current comp plan and land development code. We were full speed ahead and had full council support. Then we met with staff, and they shared density, intensity, height was going to massively expand due to a Miami consultant's work on reevaluating the town's comp plan. We halted our project immediately, thinking the rules have changed and we can dramatically increase height and density. The Silver Sands project is suspended because of this confusion. I care about this town, and in fact, Mary and I no longer have a second home anywhere else. We are committed to FMB. It is amazing to see the 12 LPA and council members ratify repeatedly they want Post-Ian to continue the smaller pedestrian-friendly feel of Fort Myers Beach, consistent with the comp plan. Mind you, the existing comp plan will already produce buildings larger than the ones that existed pre-Ian. Fort Myers Beach was redeveloping organically before Ian, and I didn't think I would see it all happen in my lifetime. Post-Ian, I believe I will see it. But what am I going to see? What the comp plan envisioned or something else? I understand the flood zone changes and support FAR adjusted to be calculated based on base flood elevation. There are regulatory changes to support that. I don't support I need this and I need that. There's a land development code by right density, and there's a comp plan maximum density, purposely to maintain the pedestrian-friendly feel. The differences between the two is based upon how much public benefit you bring to the table. I'm not here to speak to any of the redevelopments personally that have been percolating up, only to say that TPIFMB in the downtown commercial core district is feasible at 3 stories over flood, and a 1.0 FAR if you ratify FAR starts at base flood elevation. Additionally, having paid $7.2 million for Silver Sands and downtown commercial core district, we can make it work feasibly at 3 stories over flood. Why can't others? I share this message from the heart and soul of a resident and business owner. We also lost a business with Ian. We all have our Ian stories, and I feel remorseful for all of us. I'm not lacking empathy. I'm just not understanding why all of a sudden the town's vision at its inception is no longer valid, other than a tweak for base flood elevation. Raising FAR to base flood elevation solves any possible feasibility issue for small, medium, and large developments. Stop the tweaks there and settle people down. The plan isn't changing other than this one justified tweak. Keep in mind, you have to park your businesses to avoid exasperating a parking problem. This FAR, base flood elevation tweak, will help achieve that code requirement as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else care to speak? Steve, good morning.
Hello, LPA members. For the record, my name is Steve Johnson, and I'm a full-time resident of Fort Myers Beach. I've come to public comment today to share a few observations and concerns. The first item of concern is the culture of approving almost every single variance that comes to the LPA. Not all municipalities have this culture, and I'm interested in why FMB seems to consistently work around the LDC by granting building variances when the town staff recommends following the rule of law in the LDC and typically denies. There are many municipalities that defend their land development code, so it just intrigues me as to why we do not. After all, the LDC represents the guidelines to follow for our community to achieve the goals contained in the comprehensive plan. The comp plan reflects the vision the community desires, and the LDC is the tool to control development to realize a specific quality of life for its residents. Having said that, each approved building variance represents an exception to the rule of law. It is essentially a favor to the applicant that is not otherwise allowed to the rest of the public. Most of these typically include the request to encroach into space that was never agreed to in the comp plan. Of course, the applicant has the right to request a variance, but the LPA and the town council also have the right to deny them. If it is an absolute hardship with no other alternatives and not simply a want or desire, then it seems fair that an exception could and should be made. But in all cases, building variances normally equals encroachment due to the overdevelopment into open space. Each adds up to a change in the quality of life for the rest of the community residents. With the post-storm redevelopment, both the LPA and the town council have elected to retain the current comp plan, and LDC, as pursuing a new one would take unacceptable administrative time as the town builds back, a big part of which is the collecting of community input to provide direction to the new comp plan. As a resident, this decision was a breath of fresh air, as the current LDC is one everyone is familiar with and contains the constraints that are needed to prevent overbuilding during the post-storm build-back. Even if all development is compliant with the LDC, as Tom said, we will see neighborhood cottages and ranches replaced with three-story homes. This was already happening prior to the storm. The open beachfront properties will be legally built to resemble the Bonita Beach shoreline, and the 1 to 2 story condos, timeshares, and resorts will be built out and up to their allowable building envelopes. This will, of course, increase the density and intensity of what is already an extremely congested barrier island during season, and it's all allowable currently under the LDC. However, from a resident's perspective, this culture of granting every variance request, amending the LDC, and considering changing even the FAR calculation is effectively circumventing the current comp plan and LDC without community involvement. In the case of increasing the FAR calculation, this will certainly increase density and subsequently intensity island-wide, and that is a huge deal that should not be a one-off initiative, but one to be thoroughly vetted as part of a new comp plan. As a resident, I would like the current comp plan and LDC to remain the law of the land and ensure that all entities that want to build back have a very straightforward cookbook to follow. No delays, no wondering what is allowed and what is not, especially with these massive CPDs in the wings. So thank you all for your time today and also your volunteer service to the advisory board.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anyone else who would care to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment and move on to our first of many public hearings. But before that, I'd like to introduce to the audience, the viewing audience and the LPA, Nancy is part of the new legal team for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Nancy, take it away.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Stuparich, and I serve as counsel with the Vos Law Firm. I'm a partner there. The Vos Law Firm is a small boutique firm that basically specializes in local government representation. We represent cities around the state. So what we bring to Fort Myers Beach is our experience and our knowledge of how other communities deal with some of the issues that that you will be facing or have faced. Becky Vos, who is the founder of our firm, she'll be serving as the city attorney, and I have the pleasure of sitting with the local planning agency today and for your future meetings. So that's just me. You'll probably see me around the island as I go exploring and trying to learn more about you and your community. So that's my introduction.
Thank you,
But I want
Nancy.
to go ahead and move us, if I can, to our public hearings.
If you just, 1 second, I just want you to get to know a little bit of who we are as a
Sure.
committee. So if you would start, Don, just tell Nancy who you are and what you do, and
Don Suddeth. Don Suddeth, resident, full-time resident on Fort Myers Beach. Been visiting Fort Myers Beach 42 years.
Wow.
So very much aware of what the island's been and trying to preserve what it was as best as we can.
and he's an engineer.
Yeah, engineer in the utility business.
Patrick?
Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner. I've been practicing planning and zoning for over 20 years. I've also been a beach resident for about 20 years. And can't wait to get back with a renovated and expanded home shortly.
Morning, my name is Doug Ekman. I work full-time as a professional engineer. I'm also a board-certified environmental engineer and a board-certified water resource engineer. I lived full-time on Fort Myers Beach beginning in 2007 until the hurricane, when our house was completely destroyed. So temporarily I'm living in my townhouse in Estero, and I really appreciate this opportunity to be on the LPA. It's been very enlightening, and I've learned a lot.
We
Thank you.
appreciate you, Doug.
Jane Plummer. I currently living in an RV on my property while I'm renovating, and happy to be there. I've been on the island 34 years, been an LPA member for I think about 18 years, and love this place. I'm a full-time realtor and love being here.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm a full-time resident here on Fort Myers Beach. I was I'm retired now, but I was attorney in Illinois for 40-plus years, and I did primarily local government and municipal work during that time.
Hi, I'm Scott Safford. I've been a resident for 15 years. I owned a small hotel right about 3 blocks away that was lost in the storm. I currently am managing 15 properties on the beach. It used to be a lot more than that, but we're building back and looking forward to this island coming back quickly.
Nancy, we met in the elevator. I'm Anita Saracita. I've been involved with the town since its inception, and I am a small business owner, even though all 3 of my businesses were, 2 of them were completely obliterated, and one is in the process of being rebuilt. And I own a home in the middle of the island. It is also being rebuilt, so I am also, as some of my friends here, a displaced islander at this time, but looking forward to our community rebuilding and hopefully being better than before. And it's very nice to have you on board. So with those introductions, now you have a little sense of this august group. What about who, Jim? Sarah? She met Sarah?
Yeah.
Yep. And you wanted to say something about the public hearings.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and members of the board. You know, we're going to get to know each other over the next couple months, hopefully the next couple of years as well. But today you have a very robust agenda, and I wanted just to take a few minutes at the onset to talk a little bit about some of the distinctions to be made from a legal perspective. on your agenda, you have several variance requests, and those are what's considered quasi-judicial in nature. You also have a discussion on the floor area ratio calculation discussion, and that's really more policy setting. So in your quasi-judicial role that you wear, that hat, as the term says, there's the word judicial. So in a way, you are somewhat serving as a judge. You're going to take the testimony and the facts that are presented to you today from experts, those in the community, and you're going to try to match that to the criteria that is in your land development code. That's different. That is a yes or no type scenario. In contrast, when you talk about the floor area ratio, you're more in the role of a legislative body, and you're going to be talking about policy setting. What is right for the city, for the island, for the town? Is, you know, one type of calculation better than the other? And there's not really a wrong answer. It's what the community wants and what is best for the town. So I like to say those are comparing blue to green. They're both good colors, but it's what fits best, as opposed to quasi-judicial setting where you do have facts and testimony that you'll be hearing and applying the criteria to that. So you're not judges, it's quasi-judicial. So we're not as formal as a actual judicial hearing, but there are some formalities that we adhere to, which I'm sure you're familiar with, the swearing in of witnesses and a couple of other disclosures on conflicts and things like that. So with that said, the importance of having those formalities in place at the local planning board or local LPA level is that when your recommendation travels to your council, it will then have the weight of being competent and substantial evidence, and it will be more persuasive and binding in the event that there is a review of your decisions. And, you know, it's a very difficult balance between the community's interests and desires and the desires and private property rights. It's a hard job, which is why I think you were appointed with your experience and your passion for the community as well. So with that said, I'm ready to stop talking, and Madam Chair, do you swear in the witnesses, or?
No, you do.
Oh,
So we'll just
okay.
call the first case, which is,
Well, I think we do it, I understood.
do this.
So anyone who is, who will be giving testimony today, if you would please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. And do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll be given today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may also ask if there's any conflicts of interest that any of our board members may have concerning any of the variances that are before you today, if those disclosures could be made at this time.
Nancy, we usually do those one at a time, but would you like everybody to give you a blanket disclosure for all 5 cases?
Again, we can do them
Or 6?
specifically, but at this point, maybe we just get a heads up as to if someone will have a conflict.
Oh, you're talking conflict of interest, not ex parte.
Correct.
Does anybody have any conflicts of interest? No.
So that way we can be assured that we will have a quorum.
Yes.
So as we get to that item. So at that point, I will turn the chair back over to you.
Thank you. In the case of 4830, Don, do you have any ex parte communications?
Only exchange of email with the applicant.
Okay. How about you, Patrick?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant. I met with them on the property. We looked at the property, discussed issues, and had also phone conversation before our last hearing.
Okay, thank you. Doug?
I received an email from Lonnie.
Jane?
I had a site visit, and I had 2 phone calls and an email.
Jim?
I received an email from the applicant.
Scott?
I too did a site visit with the applicant, received an email, exchanged a couple texts, and had a couple phone calls.
So, Madam Chair, if I'm assuming the applicant is present, do you have any questions regarding any of the disclosures that have been made? Okay, thank you.
This is going to be interesting getting used to a new attorney. I may have to shut her down. I have ex parte communications with the applicant. I have spoken with him. I've received several emails from him. Okay. All that being said, Nancy, I just wanted to touch base with one more thing. We have this phone here, which is somebody, I guess, who will also need to be sworn in. This is part of several hearings. It's someone who's going to be appearing remotely
By telephone?
by telephone. Okay?
Okay, at the
So-
appropriate time, then we will.
All right, great. Okay, so we'll ask for the applicant for 4830 Coral Road to come forward or Sarah, I'm sorry. Sarah, you can stay where you are if you want, if you're more comfortable. Okay.
I feel like I fight with the microphone when I'm sitting.
Okay, all right.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Lonnie Lettieri, owner of 4830 Coral Road, has requested a variance to allow the subdivision of an existing combined partial and whole Lot 9 and Lot 8, minus the 13.5 feet, along the northwesterly property line of Holiday Shores subdivision. The request is to allow a variance from Table 34-3, which requires new lots to be a minimum of 75 feet wide and 7,500 square feet. In 1988, lots 7, 8, and 9 were owned by the same family. The northwesterly 13.5 feet of Lot 8 was granted to Lot 7. It appears to allow the construction of a house that is currently constructed at 4838 Coral Road that was built the year after the 13.5 feet were granted to Lot 7. The ground level house that was at 4830 Coral prior to Ian was built in 1957 and was in existence at the time of the property swap. Although we were unable to obtain records regarding the number of units in the house at that time, this house has been developed as a duplex per the applicant's records since he purchased the property in 2002. The request for a variance from Table 34-3 is to allow the property owner to subdivide the existing 92.5-foot wide by 110-foot deep property into two properties, both 46.25 feet wide by 110 feet deep. The proposed properties would be 6.75 feet narrower and 742.5 square feet smaller than the original Holiday Shores lots 8 and 9. The proposed subdivision of the properties would not create additional density, as the current combined lots have been developed and utilized as a duplex for at least 20 years. The applicant heard the LPA's concerns regarding the ability to approve this variance request. However, the applicant chose not to abandon the request, but to clarify that no additional density would be created by approving this request. The property is in the RS zoning district, which does not allow construction of a duplex. However, the post-disaster build-back ordinance would allow the reconstruction of 2 units. A duplex development is not an appropriate use in this single-family neighborhood. Allowing the creation of 2 parcels, where 2 parcels were previously existing, albeit modified, would create no additional dwelling units. If the lots can be created, the number of allowed units will be the same number of units allowed by the original subdivision and the same number that have been in existence on the 2 combined parcels. Reconfiguring the 2 lots will allow Mr. Lettieri to construct a single-family home on a single parcel for himself and a single-family home for his adult children on a single parcel. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions for Sarah? Scott?
So now, you guys, because it's an RS zone and it makes sense, your staff recommendation is approval. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
The original subdivision, these were 50-foot lots when they were platted.
They were 53-foot lots, And then the 13 and a half feet was
Right.
taken off the end of one of them.
In the whole subdivision, that's an average in the 50s?
53 is the average along the internal. The edge parcels are 55, and then some towards the water are wider and deeper than that.
Thank you.
Jane, any questions?
My question was, Sarah, why, because these are on the same combined lots at this time, didn't you consider having them closer together so they aren't encroaching on the neighbors in their setbacks? So if the two houses took their side setbacks and left them as they should have been and moved them closer together here, nobody else would be affected but these two parcels.
So you're saying don't allow the subdivision of the lot, but allow the development of 2 units on a single parcel?
No, I'm saying if you're comfortable with the subdivision of the lot, that's fine, but instead of having the side variances, have them have the variance be only between the two houses and not the outsides.
I don't think they're asking for a side variance, are they?
No, it's for the width of the lot. They're not asking for a side setback
Okay.
variance.
Okay,
And actually,
I thought that's what I heard.
no, my apologies if that was the impression. No, they're asking for a reduction in the required width of the lots. The RS zoning district requires a 75-foot wide lot and 7,500 square feet, which is much larger than any of the previously existing subdivision lots in this subdivision were.
Okay.
Doug?
No questions.
Patrick, any questions?
Yeah, several questions. I'm going to reiterate some of the concerns and questions I brought up at the last hearing, and I was hoping that today we'd have different answers and maybe a little more detail, but I still don't think the application is right for us to make a decision on this. What's the minimum area for that zoning district? 7,500 square feet. So essentially, each lot would need a variance on the area in addition to the width.
Yes.
That's not part of our package. I don't even think we can approve this case without addressing the area. Okay?
So you do not feel that the application is accurate. However, if we asked the applicant to modify the application, in the first part of the application, he asks for a variance from section, or table 34-3, which includes all of the components. Then further into the application, he requests a variance from the width, but does not address the area. But if he changed the application to address the area, would you feel that was appropriate?
Well, I think there's like 3 sections of the code, not just the development standards, but 2 others that would need variances from also. So, again, we had that conversation at the last LPA. I expressed those concerns. There was an opportunity to correct that, and at this point, again, I don't think the application is ripe, and I think I expressed that publicly, but also to staff, is we're not here to design on the fly. And unfortunately, if people bring applications that are not ripe to us, I think my position is going to be I'm just going to have to recommend denial, and that'll be my position.
Can you clarify the other
Okay, so
sections?
I'll go through all
And I know that you
Okay.
sent them in an email directly
Yeah.
to staff, but I'd like you to reiterate them for.
So one of the things that you brought up is, this is indeed a subdivision, okay? Last time in the staff report, there was discussion about this being a recombination. This is not a recombination. Recombination is if you had a parent tract, you broke it up, now you want to recombine some of the stuff, but that you meet all standards when so if you have 3 lots, you recombine them into 2 lots, both lots are bigger than the standard and meet all standards. Okay. When you subdivide, you must meet density requirements. This does not meet density requirements. It's inconsistent with the comp plan. I just don't see how we can approve that. you would need a comp plan amendment on top of your variances. You would need a variance from your area. You would also need a variance from section 3273 that talks about general requirements for residential uses on non-conforming lots. And it says, any development on non-conforming lots must comply with all density restrictions of the Fort Myers Comprehensive Plan. So
And-
you would have to vary from that and get a comp plan amendment.
Could I address these one by one
Yeah.
as, okay. So in looking at, let's start with the recombination. I do agree with you. It is not a recombination. We cannot get back what we had. We're not putting them together. We're separating them out. This would be a re-subdivision and a realignment of the previous lots. I do disagree that it's creating density because the density units exist and the number of units cannot be increased over the number of units that were created by the original subdivision. So this was,
But okay, so I'm not saying it's creating more density than that was there today. What we have is, we have non-conforming density today, which will continue to be non-conforming. If you take 4 units per acre, okay, you divide an acre divided by 4, that's the minimum area each lot must be to be consistent. I cannot go anywhere else on the island and say, I've got a developer client that's assembled a few lots, and I'm gonna create a new subdivision, and I'm gonna ask for more density than the comp plan allows. That would be, I would either have to ask for a comp plan and do it through a plan development and claim whatever exceptional circumstances. There's other ways to get there, but that's not what we have before us today.
and there are several locations on the island where there were more units, more lots created than are allowed by the comprehensive plan for density, and people are re-subdividing those out and getting a higher density because the code does allow them to re-subdivide them out. So while I understand this is a different process, we're talking about a different process, but there are several instances where additional density is actually being created above the comprehensive plan allowed because of the way the code was written and because these were approved subdivisions previously.
Well, there's a difference between a minimum use determination, and again, that's the avenue that we would be trying to create here. But your minimum use determination also calls you to go back to your plat, and the plat was 53 feet, not 46 feet. So now what we're doing is, we've got a standard of 75. We protect people's property rights by saying you can revert back to your plat, okay, which is a much smaller lot. But we have a case here where we are not reverting to the plat, we are actually subdividing, creating 2 smaller lots, so we're not creating 2 nonconformities, where we had 1. So we're exacerbating the issue, okay? And on top of that, you know, I've tried to find a solution for this. What I'm so curious about is the granting of 13 feet. What does that mean, okay? Was it sold? Was it given? Is it an easement? If it's an easement, he owns the property. But
And
that's
it-
what I ask is, do a title search, come back to us and demonstrate that it's still your property, albeit with an easement. But if it is your property and you have 53 feet, yes, we can claim the minimum use determination and revert back to the plat.
And I did look back through the purchase records, and there was actually a deed. It was all owned by the same family. All 3 lots were owned by the same family. The one house existed, and the other house, the larger one at the end of the road, did not exist. They took off 13 feet from lot 8 and granted it to lot 7 so they could build a wider house
Through a
there.
deed process.
Yes, yeah. So it was granted to the other lot, not an easement. Although I have been told that there is a chance that there was at some point an easement, and that may have initiated the process. but we have not found any records indicating that.
Question, would a post-disaster build back bring this without having to have a,
Post-disaster build back would allow them to rebuild 2 units on the property. I think the biggest issue is that we don't want 2 units in a single-family residential neighborhood. This home is homes. They are an anomaly, or were an anomaly in this neighborhood. And we saw this as an opportunity to resolve that issue in exchange for variance.
Unfortunately, I look at it where you got one nonconformity today. You know, it's on one lot. We protect those rights and we have the build back provisions for that. I don't see, at least I don't see myself supporting creation of 2 nonconformities, exacerbating an existing issue, and then also somewhat setting a precedent for other people that have larger lots and might want to subdivide them and create 2 nonconforming lots.
And I would argue that this doesn't create a precedence because there are 2 existing units. So they're not creating additional density, where in most instances like this, where we do have larger lots, that's what we've seen, is they just have a large lot and they'd like to cut it into 2 smaller lots.
Has staff opined as to what kind of units those are, and are they legal units? Is one an accessory unit to the other, or are they 2 lawful existing units?
So they do have 2 separate addresses, 2 meters, 2 water meters, and 2 electric meters. They were designed, per what the applicant has told me, and he can speak more to this, to not access one from the other. So there's a garage in between them, and you cannot access either house from the garage. It's separated, so you can't walk from one house to the other. You have to go outside to re-enter the home. So it's not designed to be internally accessible. So one wouldn't think of that as a unit internal to a house.
So how would staff treat the rebuild of those 2 units? Would they be allowed to expand the footprint beyond what they have?
No, they would be required to rebuild the 2 units with the same amount of square footage, well, per the post-disaster build back, which allows some increase, and it would obviously allow a height increase. So they could build up, and they could add some square footage for width of hallways, size of bathrooms, things like that. So they could be somewhat larger, but it would be comparable in size.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Don?
I don't have any questions. I guess just just a statement. You know, they were originally subdivided into 2, or they were originally 2 platted lots. So really one of the lots is where the 13 feet was taken, correct? So really only one of them is non-conforming today. One's 53, is that right?
Well, neither of them are non-conforming
Right, 'cause they're
technically
now
because
one.
they're combined.
Right.
But if we were to re-subdivide where the property line was, we would create 1 conforming and 1 non-conforming.
Okay. Yeah, and it's 96, is that right? So it'd be 43, it would leave.
Right now, we would end up with 2 lots that are 46.25 feet wide. But if we did,
39 and 53.
it'd be like 50. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it would make one lot substantially smaller.
Right, one non-conforming. Okay.
Whereas the other one, you know, if you just divide it in half, you end up with 2 lots that are fairly similar in size.
And then the one other point is just that I didn't go any farther than the request. I look at the request as what it is, and it's a approve or deny. Is there a hardship? Is there a reason why the LPA would consider it? And that's my comments.
Yeah, I did think of something that I remember
right ahead,
from, when we looked at this last time, when I looked at the picture, like one structure 21.5 feet wide, one structure 24 feet wide, that seemed like a rather difficult width. But I appreciate that there's still plenty of setback, side setback. But in the package they sent an example floor plan that is 28 feet wide, which is okay because it still meets our 7.5-foot setbacks. But still, I guess what I was, if we approve this, then down the road, we're going to be looking at a set of house plans for two houses that are sort of long and narrow. And will we be asked to now get variances on side setbacks and other things to make a more normal shaped house, or not? And it'd be interesting to me to see if we were to approve this subdivision into non-standard width, that there's some actual plan to construct dwellings that would actually fit on those lots.
And you would be able to include additional conditions, such as requiring them to meet the 7.5 side setback, that additional variances cannot be requested for size, that they must meet all other LDC criteria, such as 40% impervious, or 40% building size and 67% impervious.
Yeah, if we can do that, that would probably be something I'd like to see if we did approve this.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah. Anybody else have anything for Sarah? Thank you very much. If the applicant would come forward, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jeez.
My name is Lonnie Lettieri. Been a full-time resident for 27 years. I'm also a local business owner that works for many local businesses. My primary residence is 4830 Coral Road, which is the property that we're discussing today. I did provide packets of everything, and I'd like to go through those with you, but just first I wanted to do a little history of myself and this property. I purchased this property over 20 years ago with my brother. I purchased it because it fit our needs, having two structures for two single men. We were also business partners at that time. This way we had one house for each of us. The property, when I bought it, was a rundown eyesore to the neighborhood. It had 3 single men living in one house with no power and water. The back house was a short-term rental. And we spent a lot of time and money maintaining this house, or these properties, these houses. Made all the neighbors very grateful. It wasn't more than maybe a year or two after we purchased it, Hurricane Gabriel came in the middle of the night. Didn't get a lot of recognition. I think it happened real close to the 911 weekend, and it came in at 5 in the morning. It flooded us out. So we spent a lot of time and money reconstructing this property, and about a year or two later, Hurricane Charlie came. My daughter was 6 weeks old at that time, and it ripped it apart again. That's when my brother and his wife decided to move off beach, get away from the hurricane problems. He was obviously smarter than I was. But at that time, I had a decision to make to leave with him, or or sell with him, or purchase the house for more money from him, or buy him out. So I researched the situation, saw that it was 2 lots and it had possibilities in the future. My daughter, being 6 weeks old, her grandmother, her mom's mom, lost her place. It worked out perfectly. We had a separate house for her to live in, to help take care of the baby. And, there was a lot of things considered to keep this house. It's been a lot of maintenance. We've built it back 3 different times until Ian ripped it away from us. We are now a family of 5. We have 3 adult children. We walked off this beach with nothing but a backpack, and all our belongings fit inside this backpack. So that is kind of the history of the property and why I had it for so long. It's been tough to buy insurance on this property because there are no comparable properties. getting loans for this property, whether it's equity lines or whatever, just hard for anybody to wrap their head around it. So it's a very unusual property, and it's, again, kind of the eyesore of the neighborhood. I'm just trying to bring it back to the most compliant in what is an RS zone, where all the properties are uncompliant. Each property would only be this, exactly this much less. So, anyways, moving forward, in the packets, you've all seen these before, but there's been some additions. The first page, Exhibit 1A, shows the original plats. It also shows all the neighboring properties being non-compliant at 53 wide. The second, Exhibit 1B, shows the most recent survey that I could find. We lost all our paperwork in the storm. I got this from a title company after a refi. Exhibit 1C, it has 5 pages to it. The first page shows the outline aerial view with the adjacent properties. It kind of shows you the layout on how it's kind of set up in a residential single-family neighborhood. The second picture of Exhibit 1C on the next page shows more of a close-up of the property. This is how I purchased this property, with some small revisions, you know, swimming pool, that kind of thing that we permitted and put in. Because, as you can see, this property is more than 80% concrete, this neighborhood has a large problem it has for a long time for flooding. Publix is right next door. There is a drainage ditch that fills up, gets clogged. It floods out almost every major rainstorm my neighbor's swimming pools because it's low, and I'm sure this property hasn't been helping being all concrete with the water running right off of it into the street. The rear house layout is a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom. The front house layout is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. As Sarah has said, the garages they're not really garages that you would park cars in. They were used more as storage, tools, paddle boards, fishing equipment, that kind of stuff, and you cannot access it from the inside. You can't walk into the garage and into the house. These were 2 separate houses with 2 separate sets of utilities. And the next 3 pictures are more updated. Actually, those were taken the morning of the storm as we were putting everything up, going to a friend's house, stilted house for safety reasons. You can see on the second page, after they've been painted blue, kind of a view that you can't really see from the street. It gives you an idea of the size of these properties. So basically what we had here was 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms total. And that's what we purchased, and that's just what we're trying to get back. Moving forward, the Exhibit 1D, that also has several pages to it. This is a letter from the neighbor just to the south, adjacent, Sherry Schlotman. She wrote an email. She was there about a year prior to us purchasing it, and she is letting you know that this property was exactly like that when I purchased it. Further proof of that are the separate utility bills. We had highlighted the account numbers so that you can see 4830, 4830 GRE or GAR. The next one, it's 4830A, and then 4830. They're all different account numbers. That proves that we had 2 FPL counts and 2 water meters and 2 sewage taps as well. So that is the existing layout, and this is how I want to make the improvement to this property so that it matches the RS zoning and the rest of the neighborhood. Exhibit 2A, and Doug made a good point, and I wanted to be able to explain that. we did this rendering. I did not have this done by an engineer. I have graphic designers that work for me that scale buildings every day. They can scale lots for signage, what's allowed, what's not allowed. She's really good at what she does, but she isn't an engineer, so forgive that. But this is kind of a close-up of what we're looking at. The house on the left is actually the house that that we are more looking at as the main structure, you know, on the left side of the lot. This was a skinnier house. We have revised the plan with the Affinity Home Group that we have been working with on building plans. The second one was just a fast track. Both of these are fast track models so that we can get back on the beach, but it just kind of shows you, you know, what can be done. That second one is just an idea. The Affinity Group is, again, where we got these. We actually went all the way up to Georgia and took a tour of this group because when we hear the word modular, I wasn't sold on it until we went up to the factory, and I was very, very impressed. They use saw screws for attachments. They use liquid nails as an addition to. They inject where the seams go to strengthen the houses. You get no squeaks. They're rated over 185 mile an hour. We were really impressed. I did some custom framing back when I was younger. We used to put these houses together with 16 penny nails to hold the walls together, which are nails about that big, and the sheeting and the decking for the roofs and the floors. They use what's called 8 penny nails, which are nails about this skinny and about that long. So we were really impressed with how strong and sturdy these are. That's why we decided to go this direction so that we can get back on the beach quicker, and we just like the integrity of how they built this. We found out about this place down in the Keys, like the Little Torch Big Pine area. There was several houses that were already built before Irma and after Irma. The custom homes around it were laying on the ground. These ones were standing strong. And the current build backs after Irma are almost all Affinity homes because of the strength of them and also because of how quickly you can get back into them. So that's why we decided to do that. In Exhibit 2C, that shows the aerial view with the setbacks. And these were just homes that we were using. We are not trying to make skinny houses on skinny lots. That's not the point here. So but you can see that with these Affinity homes, we have over a 12-foot setback on one, over 11-foot setback in a neighborhood that has 7.5-foot setbacks. And we have plenty of room both in the front and the back, way over what is currently allowed to today's building codes. So the next page was the layout that we revised based off that one taller house that's green, which is a 28-foot house by 40-foot. This is not a small house. It's, well, not to me anyways. It's approximately 2,300 square foot under air. With that particular model, we are not only under the front and rear setbacks by close to 40 feet, but we are within the setbacks over 2.5 feet. Some of the construction that I see going on, whether it's an RC zone or RS zone, are within inches of the setbacks currently. So I think it's well inside the setbacks, and if you see the aerial view of the neighborhood now, you'll see that all the existing houses that are being fixed and saved, they're closer to the setbacks than mine. My plan will actually give the neighbors more space with houses that have more square footage. And that is our plan. So Exhibit 2D are letters of approval from all of the neighborhoods to the left, to the right, as far as the street goes, and everybody in the front that sees it. Unfortunately, the only ones that are missing are the houses that are behind us on Estero Boulevard because they were all knocked down. In fact, 2 or 3 of them landed on my houses, and that's what did the significant damage to my house. They're all for sale. Unfortunately, none of those locals are coming back. So therefore, I didn't really find it necessary to get letters of approval from people that aren't coming back. So moving forward, after the last meeting, I was asked to get with the building staff and come up with all possibilities. We dug deep, and I've been digging deep on this situation for over 5-6 months now. Actually, we're 9 months after the storm, I believe now. So maybe even longer. I haven't stopped with this. This seems to be the most conforming way of making these properties in a non-conforming neighborhood that's residential single family. Oh, there it is. So when I got with the staff, we were looking at all possibilities. It was brought to my attention the possibility of condominiumizing, which I believe the staff agrees with this, is probably the least conforming for this neighborhood. I actually brought some pictures of a condominiumized project that was directly across the street on our beach access that I could show you. These houses are all scattered. They're very large. They're on top of each other. There's no start to finish with the property lines. If you wanted to pull permits for decks, swimming pools, fencing in the future, I don't believe the building department would even know where to start. And that's kind of the feedback I got. It's not a residential single-family situation. The other option was to leave it as one property, build a house with an accessory apartment. Well, that's not what we had. We had 2 separate houses. And with the post-disaster build-back laws, as was stated, they remove any non-air part of the house. We had an outside kitchen we spent a lot of time in. I'm sure that could be built back anyway with a roof and stuff. But they remove hallways, pantries, and closets. We had 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. We have 5 adults total. And then my 85-year-old mother who lost her house just a couple houses down in the same neighborhood. We just want to build back 2 houses on separate lots to comply with the rest of the neighborhood. That's what my neighbors want as well. And I believe that would match most of the codes the closest possible way. So I know there are some concerns that people might follow this footprint, take large properties, try to subdivide it, and build tiny houses on tiny lots. I don't believe that's possible, because part of my research was researching my property and the rest of the beach, and we cannot find in a residential single-family neighborhood another similar comparable that has 2 houses like this. Therefore, it wouldn't make sense for somebody to try. I believe that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Lonnie. Are there questions for the applicant? Don?
No.
Any questions? Patrick, a question? Doug, any questions?
No, ma'am.
Jane? Jim?
No.
Scott?
No.
Lonnie, did you hear the comments that Doug made relative to additional conditions of a proposed approval, if it was to be approved?
I absolutely did, and I do agree with them,
Okay.
because, again, I've been on this beach almost 30 years, and I want what you guys want. I don't want this to turn into a mess. I mean, it was the Wild West back in the day. I think that we do have to follow the building codes for setbacks. They were put there for a reason, for spacing in between the neighbors. As you could see how my houses used to look, this is a vast improvement on the situation that it used to be. And I mean, from the letters of approval and all my neighbors that are touching this property and have to look at it every day, they're all in favor for this. Another part was the pervious count. We want to put in a lot of grass. We have bad flooding at the end of the street, which is touching my neighborhood. We believe drainage swales, grass would eliminate the situation. I know I would hate it to, nowadays a basic swimming pool is about $75,000. It would be a nightmare every time it rains if rainwater got in my pool and you have to start at the start and just walking through puddles of water to your car. So this can only help that situation as well.
Lonnie? I'm just going to say a few things. Something that Patrick said has me deeply concerned, and that's inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. So I'm going to ask him to elaborate on that in a little bit. But you know, I wish that I could have a big paper bag over you so I didn't know it was you, because I think for all of us, we live in a small town and we see somebody that we know and love saying, here's what I want. We see all the work you've put into it and whatever, and of course our hearts are saying, well, yes, that's a good idea and it does look much better. But in these cases, as Nancy illustrated, there are legalities to it. You know, your comment that all we're trying to do is get back what we have, there are ways for you to get back what you have that do conform to the rules. Because you're not really asking to get back what you had. You're asking for something that ultimately will be non-conforming again. You know, I want you to, since this may be the last time I get to talk to you before you go to the council in the fall, I want you to be careful about the relevance of your presentation. Because as lovely as it is to know that all your neighbors support you, that's great. It's not a consideration for us. There are specific criteria that are considerations, and I think you need to be careful with those. I want you to be able to do what you want to do, but I'm struggling right this second with it. I'm struggling with it because do I think if I was going to take your picture and plop it down in your neighborhood, would that be better? Yes. I'm trying to figure out a way to get to it, and I'm hoping that Sarah beats Patrick right now.
So just to reiterate, if we can't build back the number of bedrooms, we can't move back to this property.
Yeah, but we're not talking about bedrooms here. The only thing we're talking about is the division of these two lots.
Yes.
That's really all you're asking for. Doug brought up the conditions of setbacks and everything else because you don't even talk about that here. And, you know, of course, the way his brain looks, he's looking at the square footage and all the setbacks and everything else. And so he's suggesting adding those as conditions to this particular approval, which makes a lot of sense.
It really does,
It
yes.
certainly does. So we don't have to see you again on this.
Yes.
But did you have any comment to address the concerns that Patrick raised with Sarah?
Well, I tried to bring that out on all options of this property.
Yeah.
You know, again, I
Yeah.
purchased 2 houses, and that's what I'm trying to do. And the only way to make that happen that we can see with staff is to subdivide this property so that
Yeah.
we can build back. Because with the post-disaster build back, taking away the closets and all the square footage that is in the code, there's no way to build a structure at the size that can fit our family.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, that's not
accurate.
That
So post-disaster build back actually allows you to
increase.
increase the hallways and the bathrooms for handicap accessibility rules. So you can take what you have today and you can bump it up slightly to meet those requirements. So just to clarify. And then I do want to say that I wish Sarah can beat me I really do.
I do too. I'm trying to, if we're in
really
Vegas,
do.
I don't know what
And
I'd
the
bet
thing
on
is,
right
you know,
now.
Again, it's, and my frustration is we had a hearing last time. And my intent was, you guys go back and find a solution. I want you guys to find a solution. And I made it clear as to where I've got criteria to follow, and I've got a code to follow. And unfortunately, that's what I need to abide to. And I wish staff or the applicant could present us a solution that I feel would meet the code allowances. I'm still struggling with that, so.
If I may,
Yeah.
the Land Development Code 34-642, the purpose of an RS zone is to provide stable neighborhoods where single-family detached homes are the predominant land use. That is what I'm trying to follow.
Yeah.
Well, could I just offer more of an opinion than, but, you know, I hear what Patrick's saying, and it makes me think that, and I know this is not what you're asking. You're asking, you want to build two separate single-family homes. But is there any way you could rethink your plan to build one home, but, or is there two, actually, it's all the same family, is it?
Yeah, it's all the same family. There's two separate homes. There is my 85-year-old mother and a 23-year-old that
Right.
we are honing to run our company, and he lives with us. It's kind of
Oh.
hard to afford properties, but a 6-bedroom, 5-bathroom would probably be about $1.5 million to
But
build.
Doug, let's not
This-
lose sight of the fact that he's not asking to build two houses. What he's asking for
Is to subdivide his
is
lot.
to
I get it.
subdivide the lots.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the end result of having two
Sure.
separate houses.
Yeah. It's, okay.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Just clarification for the build back plan. This is probably a staff question. He had two structures on the lot before. If he built back exactly what he had, he would build it back, but he'd have to meet setback requirements, right? But he could build back two structures, literally an L like is on that lot. Is that correct or no?
I think they were attached. I don't think they were complete. They weren't?
They're not attached.
So the town council has gone back and forth on this. I do not know how the current town council feels about this. In previous discussions, town council did not want to see two separate homes on a lot. It has been allowed in very few instances, and then they've been condominiumized, and which is one of the items that he spoke with us about. It's not ideal for staff, because that is not the intent of the RS zoning district. So that would be our main concern with pursuing that direction.
Okay.
But it may be possible depending on how council feels about the code, because it is not completely clear on that.
So, but again, the build back plan allows him to build what he had. Am I correct? Is that still subject to town council approval, or can he build back? And does he have to meet setbacks, or can he build back in the exact same slabs? Can he build an elevated structure in those places today?
He would be required to build to meet the setbacks and all other LDC requirements.
Okay.
And he could increase slightly the size, as Patrick just said, for bathrooms, hallways, things like that. There could be a slight increase in size.
Yeah. So in that instance, he would build two structures. They just wouldn't be nice facing the street with two driveways. It'd be one driveway, but we'd have a non-conforming property on a conforming lot at that point.
True.
Right? Okay.
I've got a question with regards to that. Why can't we have two structures on one lot? I don't see, I went back in the code. I don't see any requirement to connect the homes or have one structure. We are protecting those property rights. He's got two individual units, okay? And if we find that it wasn't a primary and an accessory, it was 2 units. In my book, he's allowed to build 2 units back on that one property. I have a lot less heartburn with that than going counter to subdivision rules and consistency with the comp plan, because we are setting a dangerous precedent when it comes to subdivisions and density, okay? And we had comments from people in the public today, and I take those comments very seriously. One was that we've got criteria that we need to follow, and that's important that we do, and we want to be consistent and apply those rules moving forward. And we also had someone that kind of explained that as a developer, they've had to jump through many, many hoops, many years of hardship to do something and get the proper approvals and follow those rules. And again, very different scales. One's a developer, one's an individual homeowner. But again, that to me is important, that we apply the rules as they should be. But again, I think he's got 2 units, and he could
He has
build
2
2
lots.
units on his one lot. And I don't think it needs to be connected.
As
would be
a
my-
policy in previous, and I know some of you were on these boards previously where we had joint meetings and this item came up, and it was a policy at that time. It is not clear in the code. It was the policy that, and we were told that council did not want to see 2 separate structures. So the issue would be, does staff go against the policy direction of previous councils because it's not explicit in the code? And does the RS zoning district allow for more than one single-family dwelling on a single-family lot? Because it does not seem that it's the intent of that zoning district. That would be my concern. The intent is single-family home on single-family lot.
Could I ask just a basic question, regardless of policy? Is it possible with our current code to build both of these houses that he's depicting on his existing lot without subdividing it? Is that a possibility?
Technically, yes, for the build-back plan. He'd meet setback requirements, he could do it.
So he could conceivably, anyway, do his project without requiring
And if
the
I could just,
subdivision. Would that meet your, I'm just curious if that would meet your goal.
Well, again, the problem is what I read from the RS zoning, that the prominent use of this is to have single-family homes on it. And again, if subdivided in the middle, my lots are this less wide than everything else in the neighborhood. It is a complete non-conforming subdivision.
just a comment, point of caution. If you allow 2 single families on a lot, you start creating other things, like if the applicant ever wanted to sell one of those properties, he could sell the structure. He'd only be able to lease the space it sat on for 99 years, but he could sell it. It creates all kinds of property issues for the island and the town, so that's something else we should
And
consider.
the town would not be involved in the condominiumization.
Right.
It also creates the possibility for having short-term rentals in a residential neighborhood, which has been a major concern, which is how I started out this conversation on what kind of element was in this property before I cleaned it up. This is,
There's a good comment that means something to all of us, but is irrelevant to the case. And so I'm only telling you this because I know you're going to be going on to the next step regardless of what we say. And those are heartstring comments, which are good to make. But just so you know,
I understand that
we can't do
completely.
anything with it.
I understand, but I'm listening to the questions and answers, and I'm
Yeah.
just trying to elaborate the reason also why I'm going this direction, because it's been quite clear that as a very small community, we're all just trying to do what's best for it.
Yes, and I think right now what we're trying to do is figure out how we can get from A to B.
I understand.
Or if we can get from A to B. Jane, you have a question?
Well, my point is that the property is non-conforming right now. It is absolutely 2 different units, and post-disaster build back would allow them to rebuild 2 units. They would have to meet the setbacks, so they'd have to turn them anyway to get them on the lot. And in my opinion, it's actually correcting the look of the neighborhood, and by subdividing it and making them all single-family, they lose the weekly rental opportunity, and they also are still going to be non-conforming, but in many ways less non-conforming than they are now if they built back to the pre-disaster build back on the property.
That's correct.
And the staff found that they met the criteria. In our
Just for,
plan. No,
just
go
for
ahead, Donna.
clarification, I just want to point out that whether it's subdivided or not subdivided doesn't really change the weekly versus monthly rental.
That's right.
That's based on the zoning district. So in
Yep.
RS zoning district, you're allowed 1 rental per month.
Right,
We don't have
but
that.
not
So, but-
weekly, right.
Yes. Dawn?
Yeah, I had a question and I think I lost it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my question was, so it would still be, it's non-conforming today, the way it was. It would still be non-conforming if you made one of the lots conforming at 53.
Mm-hmm,
It would be conforming to the RS district.
right.
And then you would make the other lot, again, 39 feet, which would be a non-conforming lot, I get that. But the 21-foot house would fit. Even a 24-foot house would fit with the setbacks. You'd have
15, 30, that is correct.
24.
That is
So-
correct.
So you could technically have one conforming lot, and then there'd be just a variance for that non-conforming lot, just a thought.
That- I didn't even think about that.
I like this solution way better.
Yes, I like that.
Again, we're not going counter to subdivision rules and consistency with the comp plan. So, and one of the things that I want to mention, though, generally speaking, when it comes to condos and land use, ownership does not dictate use,
That's right.
okay? And we have to be very careful so we don't confuse that. And the other thing is, no matter what, I still think we don't have a ripe application. I'm not comfortable with that. I like what Don is proposing. I think that could be a solution. But again, if something comes before us, I'd like it to be completely buttoned up. And if there's 3 variances needed rather than 1, I'd like to make sure we have that. And also, again, going back to consistency with the comp plan and the density, that's extremely important. If there's a solution, then let's go that route rather than even consider bending the rules with consistency with the comp plan.
Patrick?
To
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
reiterate what Patrick's saying, if the applicant is requesting a variance from 34.3, is that a blanket? Or the narrative later says it's just looking for the split between the lots? What about density? What about minimum square footage? Are we saying that he has to come back for another variance?
No, that's what Doug was trying to cure with conditions.
And I would say that you don't get a variance from density, but I disagree that they are creating a nonconformity with density. So that's my stance on that issue. In regards to whether it's a single variance or multiple variances, in my view, in the first section, he asked for a variance from 34-3.
So that would be a blanket? That would be a blanket?
Yes.
And-
However, I do agree that the staff report should have been more explicit in that we don't typically require applicants to come to amend their application and resubmit. And in this instance, time-wise, with having so many meetings in a row, we didn't have time to make changes to all of that. We can make those changes in advance of the town council hearing. If that would make everyone more comfortable, you can make your motion based on what you want it to say. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mhm.
Lonnie, do you have any other comments?
No, I believe I'm all good.
Anybody else have any other questions for Lonnie? Lonnie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, what, Patrick, did you just say that Dawn's suggestion, which I think has been alluded to a couple of times here, would cure your objection for the comp plan issue?
Yes, because they would be going under the build back provisions and us protecting their property rights for 2 units.
Okay. So could I suggest that we try to create as good of a plan in our motion to forward this with our concerns to the town council right now? So Doug's comments about adding the conditions for setbacks, building coverage, impervious surface, all of that, I think would be important to this. And Dawn, I don't know how you, and maybe Sarah, how do we qualify the variance request from 34.3 to change the dimensions of these lots? Because that's what we're really talking about, to have one conforming, one non-conforming, and still have space allowed for the applicant to construct the homes he's looking to construct.
Were you getting ready to say something, Patrick?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what your preference, your LPA preference would be to have one 53-foot wide lot and one non-conforming 53 minus 13.5, I think it is.
39.5.
Okay, no, yeah, okay, so the total width of 39.5.
Mm-hmm.
You could make, I mean, that could be the motion. The LPA recommends,
Subject to 34.3, correct? Table 34.3. Does that, no? Okay.
It's
because.
a variance from that.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, it's a
Right.
variance
Yeah, it's a
from
variance from
that.
34.3.
Yeah,
Okay.
for square footage and for lot width.
So that's decreasing the nonconformities of the neighborhood.
On one lot.
You know the wind's gonna go to Dawn. We didn't even see that coming.
Well, so again, we're trying to design on the dais.
Well,
I
I know,
And
I don't.
I've
is-
got a bit of a problem with this because there are multiple unintended consequences that could be created here. And I know we're trying to help a resident, but I don't agree that when you ask a variance from a development standards table, it applies to all development standards. You have to point each of them out. Okay, again, we don't have a variance for the minimum lot area. He cannot meet the minimum lot area. Do we need a variance for that? Yes. We don't have a request for that. We don't have an application for that. There is a subdivision. We've acknowledged that this is a subdivision. We have a code section that talks about subdivision, and the code section says that you shall meet all standards. So you don't only have to deviate to ask for a variance from the standard itself, but you have to ask a variance from the subdivision section. There are multiple sections that we need to ask variances from. So I'm not comfortable, and I hope we may have a solution here, but on the spot, I can't go through every code section in my head to make sure that we're not missing something.
And my feeling is that you aren't asking for a variance from the subdivision section. You're asking for a variance from the specific requirements for the lot size. And by approving that variance, what would previously have been considered non-conforming for size, for width, and for square footage is considered a conforming lot, because you are now saying that's the lot we agree, that's the size that we agree.
You don't obviate the fact that it's non-conforming, it remains non-conforming. I can rattle off the code sections where if the code section says you shall do this, and you're not doing it, you can't create one variant that automatically
Follows path.
varies all the other sections. You have to ask for separate variances for each of the sections.
Can you ask for a variance from the subdivision?
It
My
says
feeling is you can ask for a variance
34,
from,
3273, general requirements for residential uses on non-conforming lot. It applies to us, okay? It talks about meeting
you
the
can't
standards.
vary
okay?
from uses, though. You can special exception from uses. So if it's a use, I mean, if you're talking about.
No, it talks about must comply with all density restrictions of the comprehensive plan. So if density computations do not allow even one dwelling unit on a non-conforming lot, one single-family residence may still be permitted if a minimum use determination is obtained. Okay, so we're talking about minimum use here. We have to look into that. Do we need to, and then says, no division of any non-conforming lot may be permitted. Okay, so we have non-conforming lot here.
The current lot is not non-conforming.
Yes, it
The
is.
uses on the lot are non-conforming.
No, the lot is supposed to be 75 feet wide. Of course it's non-conforming.
The lot is
current lot is
92 feet wide.
96 feet.
Yeah, but the thing is.
The current
okay,
existing lot is not non-conforming.
But you're creating two nonconformities.
The creation
Okay,
of lots, yes.
So no division of any nonconforming lot may be permitted which creates a lot with width, depth, or area below the minimum requirements stated in this chapter. So, again, I don't have the time on the dais to look through the entire code and see what would apply or not. But we don't have an application that's right. That's my issue. We don't have, hopefully, we may have a solution with what Don is saying. I just don't see how we can approve it on the spot.
I'm going to make another suggestion for everyone who's contemplating their motion right now. Our motion could be to deny with conditions or illustrating why we are denying, recommending that the town council take these facts into consideration. So in other words, we could say to the town, you know what, we felt like our hands were tied. But here's what we would do, or would wish you would contemplate, just as an idea. Jane, you have a question?
Well, my point is that to do anything to bring them up to standards, because they're not viable as they are, there's going to be a non-conforming situation. By bringing the one lot into conformity, we are reducing having two lots that are non-conforming by making the one lot conforming and just having a non-conforming lot to bring the neighborhood into what the neighborhood standards are, but it would be a smaller lot than any others. I'm more in favor of that, because we are bringing at least one lot into conformity instead of having a build back in the same layout as what they are. I don't think that's good for the neighborhood.
Don?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a statement about the nonconformity, but I'll let it sit. I'm happy to make a motion whenever people are ready.
Okay?
Go ahead.
I'd like to move to approve the request for variance from.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We haven't had
Yeah.
public comment yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got so wrapped up, Scott. Thank
That's
God.
okay.
Look, you're
And
still
then-
paying
Can I-
attention.
And
can
then
I
I
ask
think
one-
closing by the applicant if he wants to make any final comment after public.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Is it, just to be clear, listening to Patrick, it is not illegal. It is legal for the LPA to grant a variance as requested in the form we're discussing. Is that correct? The variance is requesting, or the request is for a variance from table 34.3, as staff has laid out. If the LPA grants that variance, is there any illegality to that? But based on what I hear Patrick saying, it sort of feels like he feels like we're sort of
Yeah,
making something fit from
A
here.
lot of very good comments today. I'm not real comfortable with the idea of a blanket variance, which I think that term has been used. So I think the motion should specify exactly what part of that LDC section you are granting the variance for. I think you need to be clear on that. And just very quickly, there's a couple options you have, as you know. You could approve it as presented based on competent substantial evidence that all the criteria have been satisfied. You could approve it with conditions that would mitigate any of the criteria that may have some concerns. Should you choose to deny it, you need to identify specifically which criteria have not been satisfied and why. You can also continue the item to perhaps address some of the other areas that appear to require some variances. When you continue it, if you continue it to a date certain, then you would not have to renotice it.
Thank you.
I'll open this for public comment. Is there anyone who'd wish to give public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And now, Dawn?
I'm going to try this. I'm moving to approve the request for a variance to LDC Table 34-3 with the following conditions. First condition being one lot is conforming to the 53-foot width. The other lot will be the remaining 39.5 feet. In addition, conditions for square footage, setbacks for each structure, and impervious surface be complied.
The last part was compliant with code?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you said square footage, do you mean the 40% building coverage? Is
Yes.
that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Density, I guess, to the lot.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
So the motion is made by Dawn, seconded by Jane. Discussion? Jane?
I can see this because I feel it's bringing something into compliance, and it is not, I see it being non-conforming no matter what, and he has a right to rebuild post-disaster. So I feel like we're doing a service to the neighborhood, and by bringing one lot into compliance and bringing the buildings facing the road again. So that's my reason for supporting.
Thank you, Jane. Any other comments? Doug?
Can I comment? Two thoughts. One, I haven't heard from the applicant if he's in agreement with Don's concept.
Yeah, he asked him.
Oh,
He said he thought he could do it, but he can rebuttal.
Lonnie, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you're gonna, we have a motion already. Doug, I did ask him that when he was at the
Oh, okay.
microphone before.
And then my second concern is it still makes it pretty narrow. You know, that leaves you, you have to build a house that's like 24 feet wide, which is narrower than the floor plans that we looked at. And beat the setback. I mean, I'm sure it's feasible, but it's tight.
Are there any other comments on the motion?
Does the motion need to include that we found that the criteria for the variance have been
Yes, it should.
found?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to amend my motion to include the,
I'll second that.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Okay, Dawn, your vote.
yes, favor.
Jane?
Yes?
Patrick? Doug?
Nay.
Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Nay. Nay.
Where are we? 3-3? Oh, yeah.
If I can maybe make a suggestion. Again, I think we may have a solution with what was being proposed. My nay was not for the creation of the 53-foot lot and a 39-foot lot. It was more from a procedural standpoint. If this were to be continued and a ripe application came before us, I think I could support it. That's my concern. Again, if this were to get approved today, we have someone that can go out and build 2 homes. And then you've got other residents on this beach going, how is he allowed to do that when he doesn't even have a variance for the lot area?
You know what, I'm going to stop you because this really is, we're hearing a vote and I should cast my vote, but I'm going to ask a procedural question to the attorney before I do.
So I believe what Patrick was doing was qualifying his,
Yeah.
providing description of why he voted in that particular way, which he could have done when he voted. But yes, we are in the middle of a vote, and your vote is requested.
Yes, and if the motion fails, is there the opportunity to make a follow-up motion? Or
If the
if it
motion fails
fails-
because it's denied?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Lonnie, I'm voting against this motion. So the motion, the request at this motion fails, 4-3. Now, what I'd like is for there to, yes?
Chair, Madam Chair, the basis for the denial of
My basis for denial?
overall, if there is a denial, we should have a reason for it. Failure to satisfy the criteria, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion failed for that reason, and now an alternative motion.
So I'm just going to think out loud here for a second. Timing-wise, we're going on break. Nothing's going to happen to this application at least until August. There is an opportunity, if there was a motion now to continue this hearing, continue it to August. There is a motion to use Patrick's word, to ripen the application so that these issues that we have raised again are clarified, and they're clarified in legal sense. They can't be clarified with "my neighbors love this." They have to be clarified very specifically. In which case, I think with Don's suggestion, you have a winning case going to the council. You could also, simply take this denial to the council directly and skip coming back. So I guess that would be the option. Lonnie, you and I talked about this on the phone. So would there be an inclination from anyone to make a motion to table this, to bring this back to us in August? Although does that make sense after we've made a motion to deny it, to bring it back?
Well, you probably should have reversed the order to be technically correct. You probably should have
Tabled it to begin with.
right.
Yeah.
You could do a motion to reconsider your last vote and undo the denial. I think we're trying to
Does anybody have
problem
any
solve.
thoughts on this? Yeah, I know. I'm definitely trying to solve it.
I voted against it, so I think I can make a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, you're on the
Right.
prevailing side.
So I would make a motion to reconsider,
I'll second the motion to reconsider.
followed up with and this is for discussion purposes, I would support.
Let's start with the motion to
Okay. Yeah.
reconsider.
Okay.
So you have a motion, we have a second, who's also on the prevailing side.
Can we have discussion?
Sure.
I think the important question would be to ask the applicant if they want to come back to us in August or if they want to move forward. So that we're not putting them in a box that is not where the direction that they want to go in.
No,
you
Do they
can't
want a
you can't- you
continuance
can't-
or a denial?
You know what? Jane, I'm going to tell you something. I had this very conversation with Lonnie. I think, I know that the council members watch our meeting.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure that it makes a difference for him to come back or not. It'd be nice, but I think he can accomplish the same thing taking our vote to the town council
And correcting it through the
and
package.
correcting it.
Okay,
That's just my thought.
all right.
So there is a motion on the floor to,
Madam Chair, if you want to just formally afford him the opportunity, if he wants to make comment on it.
during the middle of a motion?
You have a motion, you have a second discussion. It is his private property right. I would defer again.
This is going to take some time to get used to her.
As I keep myself.
I mean, we can call the question on the
You could call-
reconsideration.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've got a question. What's his process to ripen his application? Because I voted that way just because I felt that, as Patrick has said, it's just, I want to, man, this is great. I mean, this application is great, but I don't think it's legal. I don't see where,
It's not legal.
I was gonna say, I asked the council before I made the motion if it was legal, and it sounded like it was legal.
Can you repeat that?
I asked council before I made the motion if it was legal, and it sounded
Correct.
like it
And
was
you-
legal.
You also had some conditions associated with that would
Correct.
address some of the perceived or actual inconsistencies and issues.
Just to address Scott's question, in my mind, we could approve the variance as it requested. Does that mean he can build what he wants today? No,
That's
he
right.
doesn't meet the lot area. So if I was staff and the application would come in, I would deny it, because you can't meet the lot area. You have to go back in months down the road and ask for another variance. And if you do them one at a time, you're gonna have to come back in multiple times and get one approval at a time. That's the way I see it. So that's why, if you continue it, looks like we've got a solution. You can address all those issues. We can make it where we, as an LPA and as a council, are following our code and our comp plan.
So,
Was there a call for the question?
Yes.
There was a call for the question to reconsider. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, so the motion passes to reconsider the question. So would someone like to make a motion? Or Nancy, are you saying that I should allow Mr. Lettieri to make comment?
I believe on the motion, a motion could be made. If there's second, then there's discussion on it. Public hearing has actually been closed. However, there are private property rights, and we are quasi-judicial. If you want to afford him the opportunity, I think you can. I don't think that would be completely anathema to the proceeding. If you don't want to, I mean, it's in your discretion.
Oh, no, of course I want to. We've just never done this before. I mean, that's just, whew.
Well,
Can I ask one more question?
I apologize,
No,
but.
no,
at
please.
At the
it just-
onset of our hearing, it is a very difficult job that you have, as you can tell. I mean, this is one variance request, and we've been at this for quite a while.
It's a complicated request.
It is very
Yes.
complicated, and it really, it's requiring that balance between
Right.
community, perhaps establishing precedents, perhaps even establishing, the future identity of the of the island. That's very important. That's very serious. On the other hand, Mr. Lettieri's private property rights are at stake as well, and those are very important to him, as well as all of our private property rights are important to each one of us, those that own property. So, again, it's not going to upset the cart, I don't think so, to give him that courtesy if he wants to say
Okay.
one or two words.
Lonnie, would you like to say one or two words? Mm-hmm. Yes, you do. Yes, perhaps keep it short.
I've heard everything. I understand the direction everybody's going with this. I do not want this to continue. I think we all believe that we got to build this beach back so we can start supporting local businesses. Anita, you have 3 that are gone. One's going to be up and running, I think, soon. My business...
From your lips to God's ears.
Yeah. My business relies on all these businesses be up. Personally, we spend a lot of money on this beach, and in fact, we never take our money off of it. And we do that for a reason. I don't want this to drag on.
You want to take the denial to the town council?
What I want to just, we're taking a non-compliant neighborhood and a non-compliant property, and we're trying to make it as compliant as possible with all of our options.
Okay.
And that's all I wanted to say.
So we'll
Thank you.
deny-
Thank you. So, Nancy, we had a motion to reconsider the question, and the motion passed, and so now we are reconsidering the question.
Correct.
And so we need another motion?
You need another motion. Again, it's one of those, I think,
Okay.
4 that I had mentioned.
Yep, got it. Got it.
Approval with conditions, denial with identification of specific
Dawn,
criteria.
has
or
anything
continuance.
compelled you to change your motion? If not, would you like to restate it?
The only thing that's compelled me is, based on Patrick's comments, I'd approve the variance as requested, because, I mean, it's, you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Yes,
if
I
it's, well, I would approve it based on what was, instead of improving on it, which I believe the motion did, and gave us a little bit more teeth in it, that's the only thing I would do. So otherwise, I would probably stand.
So your motion then is just for approval without conditions? Is that what I'm hearing you say? Or do you still want to have the conditions that you previously?
I would still have the conditions, because I think we can add conditions to it. I would approve it as requested. I
With
don't
those
think it
conditions.
improves it as much as my original motion, but if folks feel like it would move forward, we did that, then yeah, my motion would be to approve the variance as requested per LDC Table 34-3, with conditions that they meet setbacks, impervious surface, density.
And that it satisfied the criteria, and then that one lot would be conforming?
Nope.
No, neither lot would be conforming, so
Okay.
that last part is not part of it.
Okay,
But
so
that it does meet the LDC
But it does meet the
criteria.
LDC criteria.
Yeah. Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
The motion's made by Dawn and seconded by Jim. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Well, I'd rather have the other one go forward with the denial and so that they know what our.
Oh, they're gonna know. They're gonna know. They're gonna know. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'll just provide comment and rationale for how I'm gonna vote. I would have made a motion to continue this, and in my mind, button up this application. And given the motion that we're going with, and also the desire of the applicant, I'm gonna have to vote against it. Again, it does probably make the process quicker for him, and ultimately, council will make the vote and the decision, so I'm fine with that.
Any
So
other-
I have a question. No matter how we vote on this and he brings it to council, how can he quote unquote ripen his application?
He has every opportunity to change it completely, ripen it, do whatever he wants with it. He's heard all of the concerns that have been illustrated here today, and he can make all of those changes between now and the council meeting.
Okay, so based on that, I'm gonna change my vote.
Okay.
I want, like he said, I want to move this forward.
Okay? So, is there any other discussion on the motion? Okay. Dawn, your vote?
In favor, yes.
Jim, yours?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Jane? Jane?
I'm
just-
having a moment. All right, yes.
Doug?
Nay.
Patrick?
Nay, without prejudice.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Yeah, I'm without prejudice also. No, without prejudice. And the motion passes 4-3. So your request is approved 4-3.
With conditions.
With conditions. Woo, was that a doozy? Let's take a break.
Please.
Thank you all for your patience. Nancy, there is a gentleman by the name of Drew Whiting on the phone who's going to be part of the following cases. Would you like to swear him in?
Yes, Mr. Whiting, can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear, do you have your right hand up?
You have your right hand up, Drew?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Okay. The next case is for 432 and 434 Harbor Court, and it's relief from LDC Table 34-3 for rear setbacks. Could I have ex parte communications, Don?
None.
Patrick?
None.
Doug?
None.
Jane?
Drive-by.
I also have a drive-by.
No.
Jim? Scott so far has not rejoined us. And all the witnesses who are going to testify have been sworn in. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah, provide a setback of less than 20 feet. The applicant is here, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? Oh, 1 second, Sarah. Scott, did you have any ex parte communications for 432, 434 Harbor Court?
I spoke a little bit with Samir.
Okay, thank you
and
very much.
I know the property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Sarah? From anyone? Sarah, the staff has recommended denial on this,
Yes.
and as the best I got is simply I didn't see much more to it than you went through the findings and conclusions and could not reach those findings and conclusions.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It is a design choice. The
It's a
home
design
could be
choice.
smaller.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the applicant, Samir?
Oh, diagrams.
Good morning. As you all know and are probably well aware of, my name is Samir Malvia. I work with Homebound. I'm a semi-custom builder on the island here. Joined today by my colleague Drew Whiting, who's appearing via phone. The variance here is to discuss 432/434 Harbor Court. There are 8 lots in the Matanzas View subdivision that are atypically short in lot depth. They're 75 feet deep versus the normal 80 feet deep for a conforming lot. We're asking for a reduction of 5 feet to the rear yard setback to allow the owner to build a 35-foot deep house. This would allow us to keep the front and side setbacks at the standard 25 feet and 7.5 feet respectively, which would preserve our streetscape. Drew, why don't you go ahead and walk us through the packet here?
Drew?
Good morning, Drew Whiting with Homebound. Great, thank you for that introduction. I first want to just go through the map on the first page of your handout, showing the block between Harbor Court and Bonita Street in Matanzas View. That shows the 10 lots in question, 8 of them which are similar to the lot we're seeing today, the subject property at 50 feet wide by 75 feet deep, and 2 of which at the corner that have a 70-foot width and 75-foot depth. Again, these lots are 5 feet below the 80-foot minimum requirement, and as such, we're asking for 5 foot of extended depth in their buildable footprint in order to be able to build similar to what we're seeing there. Looking at that map further, we want to point out the existing condition, both shown on the survey on page 3, as for the subject property, but also the map above that shows the reduced rear setback on 4 of the subject of the properties on this block, at 8 feet, 6.5 feet, 4 feet 2, and 3 feet along that block there. The former 50 by 75 foot lots, including 432, 434 Harbor Court, have a buildable footprint of 35 feet wide by 30 feet deep, which is very difficult to rebuild on after Hurricane Ian. We are asking for relief to the rear setback in order to minimize any change to the front and sides that would affect the streetscape, while still allowing more buildable footprint. As 80 feet is the minimum conforming lot depth, we would consider a 35-foot buildable depth to be the minimum depth required to build a home. The granting of this variance the granting of this variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. If this proposal were to be applied to the other 9 lots on Harbor Court and Bonita Street, the same lots that would potentially be negatively impacted by being closer to their rear neighbors would also be benefiting from the increased buildable depth. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Any questions for the applicant? Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Oh, yes,
Oh.
Jim, go ahead.
You know, I've looked at your website, and it says that you personalize, you don't customize homes.
Yes.
And you've heard discussions with variances and the criteria.
Yes.
I've heard that you have like 4 or 5 standard models,
Yes, sir.
and that you'll customize them inside, but you won't vary the footprint. Is that correct?
Yes, because that would require revisions to structural plans and architectural
So,
plans.
Does that mean each time that you have a lot and a homeowner you're working with, and they pick whatever of the 4 or 5 models, that you're gonna superimpose that model on the lot, and if it doesn't meet our criteria, that you're gonna be requesting variances?
No, that's not true, sir. Each of the variances that were requested, each of our floor plans is designed to fit on a standard lot. So the plan in question here is a 32 by 35 foot deep plan that would fit on a standard conforming lot on Fort Myers Beach. These plans were designed to
We
meet.
know we have a lot of non-conforming lots, and in this case, if the structure was shrunk by 5 feet or whatever, then
the structure was
it would
shrunk-
be all conforming. You wouldn't even be before.
That's all well and good, but if the structure was shrunk by 5 feet, the homeowner would incur $20,000 to $25,000 in additional architectural costs, because that would start to be a custom home. Whether you take a existing floor plan and modify it, there's still a significant cost for architectural fees and structural engineering that the homeowner would incur that it doesn't feel fair if they have a non-conforming lot.
Don?
Don?
Do you have a home that is 30 feet deep?
We do not, because of the fact that the standard lot size is 80, the minimum conforming lot size on Fort Myers Beach is 80 feet. So it was designed with the set 45 feet of front and rear setbacks to be 35 feet deep.
Samir, I swear to God, you were here one day, and maybe it was parallelogram lots or some other lots, and you said 30 feet does it.
No, 30, that's on the front, that's the width, not the depth. Question here
Okay.
is the depth.
Well, neither here nor there.
I mean, you're creating your own hardship by not shrinking the footprint.
I suppose you could look at it that way, but if you, when you enter an island and start building a business here, you look at what the standard lot size is. I'd argue the hardship has been created by the fact that it's a
Samir,
non-standard lot.
You've been here many times now. I mean, you're a regular.
That's
we
very-
expect to see you, but it is also being pointed out to us, not just by the 2 gentlemen that appeared in public comment this morning, but by emails and text messages and others, that we're approving every variance that comes before us. The majority of them have been for you. And
Don't fault me for advocating
I'm not
for my
faulting you for
homeowners.
that. There's obviously a reason people have hired you, but this lot is empty. It's a blank slate. And I understand Jim's concern and Don's question.
Fair enough.
It appears to me, the fact that the homeowner, God bless him, would incur $25,000 of additional cost does not qualify for the criteria of a variance.
But the non-conforming nature of the lot may.
But Fort Myers Beach is non-conforming at its heart. I mean, you may find, I mean, how many lots on this island are not what you would call a standard size lot? So, anyway, okay, never mind.
I've got a question that
Go ahead,
may
Patrick.
help. Strict adherence to all the setbacks would create a house that would be how many feet deep? 20 feet, 28, I think?
Drew, can you answer that question?
Drew, can you answer that question? Did you hear it?
The allowed depth that we would be able to build to is 30 feet deep.
30.
30?
Don, you have another question?
It's probably one I've already asked, and maybe I'm just dense, but on another case, but build back. The structure that was there was non-conforming. They would still have to meet the setbacks in the build back though, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So you, with that, what I'm seeing is you could build a footprint that's 35 by 30.
Yes, sir.
And is it a two-story house?
Drew, is this a two-story house? I believe it is, correct?
Yes, this is a two-story plan.
Thanks, Drew. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. You have anything else to say?
Nope.
Thank you.
I would like to maybe just respond really quick to the point that we have come forward to you guys multiple times for variances, and we have absolutely come forward multiple times, and we have also been approached by many other homeowners on getting variances for their lots, and we do reject them and tell them that it doesn't make sense when we do feel that it's a petty ask. When we do have a lot that we believe actually is worthwhile to ask for a variance, we do go through with the process. And so with that, we do believe that this lot does require some additional depth in order to build on. And if we were building back from the existing and going through the administrative variance process, we would have the opportunity to build 2 units along with the extended depth that essentially would approach the 6 feet from the rear setback line. We are trying to build closer to the current LDC requirements with that 15-foot rear setback, reduced from 20, and as a single-family home. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew, for that clarification. And listen, that my comment about you guys are regulars was not discriminatory. I mean, clearly there's a reason. I mean, people are choosing your services. So, okay. Discussion for Nancy. Did you? Yes. Okay. You just leaned in like you were going to say something. We'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to comment? None. Closing the public hearing. Discussion from the LPA? Anyone? Jane?
Well, I do think reducing the density from 2 units to 1 is a benefit. And
Jane, would you pull your microphone to you?
I do believe that reducing the 2 units to 1 is a benefit. And looking at the neighborhood, you can see that at least 4 of the back lots are non-conforming, possibly 5 of them, with that lot 5. But I also noticed that there is at least, which lot is this?
432, 434.
No, on the.
Drew, which numbered lot is it?
Yeah.
Drew, Samir, you don't get to talk now. But I am going to, it's lot number 8.
Okay. So there is at least 2 other vacant lots. If number 6 is vacant, I can't tell that for sure. But I do think this would be a repeated ask if it were approved. So that's just my comments for discussion.
Okay.
Wasn't this entire neighborhood, didn't it have its own LDC set up back in the day? Or am I mistaking it for another?
Santos. You're thinking Santos.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems like every year all these lots seem to be non-conforming. There's always an issue, whether it's homebound building a home or somebody's getting, wanting a pool. It just seems these lots are just a challenge. It always seems that they have been, especially on the other side of the street. But I agree with Jane that we're reducing the density of this. So I think it's a big plus.
I've got a few comments, and so the way I approach this is I look at, is there a hardship? In my mind, the fact that the lot is not conforming, and that we've been through a hurricane, we have a hardship. Was it the applicant's doing that he's got a lot that is not standard? No, it's not his doing. What's a reasonable house in my mind? And I've expressed that before, of a 30-foot wide house. To me, for a single-family home, if you go any smaller than that, it's not the standard home. So is it the minimum to provide someone with a standard home? I think a house less than 30 feet deep, again, is not a standard home. So from that standpoint, I can just justify also, is it the minimum requirement? Do we have existing conditions on the lot that are being improved? So if you compare that to what was there before and what the neighbors would expect from a setback and structures on the property, we are increasing pretty much all the setbacks from what we had previously. We're also taking a lot with 2 units, knocking that down to 1. So when I look at the criteria, I can justify that we meet each of those. Do we have a lot of these substandard lots? We do. One of the things that towns should be looking at is when you have multiple variances that keep coming in about the same issue, it might be time to look at those subdivisions with all these substandard lots and adjust our setbacks accordingly. A 25-foot setback from a local street is a big setback. And especially in light of us building on stilts where we can put parking under a building. So anyways, that are all the things that I consider in looking at this. And from my standpoint, this is a variance that I can justify and support.
So Patrick, my question, so you went through the 5 criteria, but so you don't think that this has a recurring nature to it? Because it would be recurring for this entire neighborhood.
Well, there is some, is it going to be the exact same lot with the exact same conditions, with the exact same setbacks? No, that's going to change from lot to lot. So in wanting to support this, I can make the justification that this is a unique situation with a unique conditions. However, can we go back and look at the subdivisions and find commonalities in this nonconformity? We can do that, and we can re-examine that and maybe find solutions.
Jane?
I think what we would be doing here is defining a minimum size house that should be able to be approved at 35 by 30. So I think it would be a continuing request, especially in this neighborhood. If there's a vacant lot, they're going to want to have the best that they can have, and if that's the minimum step that you feel is a qualified house to live in, then we are creating a size of a house that should be able to fit on any lot on Fort Myers Beach.
Well, we should keep in mind this is a 2-story house, so it's going to be over 2,000 square feet, even at the size proposed, or even at the reduced size of 35 by 30. So right now it's proposed 35 by 35, I believe.
I agree that if you're, I think a 30-foot depth is very difficult because, I mean, you think about a room being, 12 by 12, you still have to have a walkway, you have to have bathroom, you have to have something. And, that is pretty much a minimum standard, because, I mean, you can have 10 by 10 rooms, but you can't fit much of a bed in there. So,
You know something that I find difficult in these conversations?
is what
We
design.
start talking about houses, and the housing discussion isn't part
I
of
know.
this. So I get bogged down in that. Well, is a 30 by 35-foot house a good house for somebody to live in? I mean, my folks raised 6 kids in a 1,400 square foot house off of Cypress Lake Drive. Was that a big enough house? No. But, I think it's dangerous for us to talk about housing sizes. I mean, what we're really talking about, like you said, Patrick, if in fact the setbacks of this area, maybe we should be looking at that on a global view. I think that this does not meet number 5. I could give them the others, but I don't think it meets number 5. I think this is recurring. And I think it's going to be recurring in the same nature of we've got empty lots, and when you have an empty lot, you have a blank slate. And in that blank slate, you have the ability to meet the criteria. I mean, the end. Don?
I just think the difference between sort of a quote-unquote production or semi-custom and a custom home does create a little bit of a hardship. In our goal of rebuilding this island as quickly as possible, we do have some players like Samir and others that are building, they've got a footprint that works in most places, and so it does feel a little bit like a hardship. I agree with Patrick's comments on the...
Okay.
Just
Would,
to address...
would one of you folks mind closing those doors for me? Thank you so much. I don't know what the party is that's going on out there, but
I want to join them.
Anita, just to address the discussion of the use. I think there's a rational nexus as to why we're discussing the use, because the setback is required in order to allow the use. If we were talking about a accessory use setback, we would be talking about that accessory
the
structure.
shed. Okay.
So I think there's a rational nexus for
All right.
discussing it. Again, this is my personal opinion as to what is a standard or substandard house. My family has lived in a 1,200 square foot house for many, many years, okay? But I also know that the average house in this country is over 2,000 square feet. So there's a rationale for, is the ask too much, or is it reasonable? So, I think it's important to talk about the house. And the other thing I'd like to consider is, if not for the fact that this person is asking for more square footage, they could avail themselves of the administrative variance process, and they could get approved with lesser setbacks. So we are essentially penalizing them for asking for more square footage when they're willing to provide greater setbacks.
I see.
That was compelling. Anyone else have any comments? Would someone like to make a motion? Bueller?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested variance with the finding that it meets the variance criteria.
I'll second.
What I'm trying to get to the thing, were there any conditions or anything?
No.
It's 5 feet in the back.
5 feet in the back, that's it.
5 feet less, not 5 feet.
Correct.
It's
Right,
5 feet less.
So it's a
Yep.
15-foot setback instead of
Okay.
20.
Okay.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Patrick, your vote?
Aye.
Who was the seconder, Don?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Aye.
And yes. Thank you very much. Next item is 405 Harbor Court.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Quick comment. Samir, you should design a 30-foot depth house to help us. Thanks.
We call it the Dawn.
Yeah.
405 Harbor Court. This is relief from the LDC Table 34-3 for front street setback and water body setback. Is there any ex parte communications, Don?
Nope.
Patrick?
Yes, I called Samir last evening, needing clarification, and he gladly answered.
I'm sure.
Thank you. Doug?
No.
Jane?
Drive by.
I had a drive-by. Jim?
None.
And Scott?
I had a conversation with Samir specifically about this lot last night, and I'm familiar with the lot.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Samira Malvio with Homebound Florida LLC is requesting a variance for 405 Harbor Court. The variance requested is for a decrease of 17 feet from the front setback requirement of 25 feet to allow a front setback of 8 feet. And I was just told that they are not going to be requesting the 4-inch variance from the water body setback. So that is removed from this item. The property is zoned RC and is conforming in width and depth. The lot is 50 feet wide and ranges from 100 feet to 85 feet in depth. The property is located on a cul-de-sac style right-of-way easement, which is not a paved cul-de-sac. This cul-de-sac cutout along the front is the reason for the lot depth change. Prior to Ian, the property contained an elevated single-family home that appears to have met the setbacks of the zoning district. The proposed location of the residence, only 8 feet from the right-of-way, would not allow space for visitors to park within the property line. The configuration of the driveway of this home, along with the other homes on this cul-de-sac shaped easement, will require coordination to ensure that no one gets parked in. The driveway location will need to be reviewed and permitted by the town. The applicant is here, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there questions for staff? Don?
I think the only one point of clarification that you're saying the setback is from the easement cul-de-sac, not from the paved road, correct?
It's from the property line. So that's not an easement, that's actually a property line.
Okay.
When they subdivided the property, they created a cul-de-sac shaped cutout. It appears that that was done so that they could get additional lots in there. If they had had a square, it looks like they would have been reduced to 3 lots.
Okay, so the property line is the blue line, is that correct on the diagram? Right here?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Sarah? Patrick?
Question with regards to the bulb out or cul-de-sac. Has that ever been enhanced or paved or utilized by the town through the years?
It doesn't appear so. There is drainage within that, and utilities use that area, but it doesn't appear that it's ever been paved, and I don't believe that there's any intention to pave it. However, I don't think that we could vacate it, otherwise the lots would not all have access.
In other words, is that cul-de-sac is not part of the deeded street, or?
It is part of the deeded street, but they are not ever, it doesn't appear that there's a reason to pave it as a cul-de-sac. But there are utilities within it.
Any other questions for Sarah? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Drew, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Samir's passing something out.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's the next one.
Thank you.
Just to identify what you have in your hand, what you have here, the single picture is the corner of 3rd Street and Harbor Court. The subject property is the one that has the blue Mini Cooper and the black Mercedes in the driveway. But then the next 2 variances will discuss the other properties on this cul-de-sac. So just for your reference. And Drew, why don't you take it away on 405 Harbor Court?
Go ahead, Drew.
Great. So I think it's already been well established that the as-built location or as-built condition of the street is very different than the property line showing the recessed bulb for the cul-de-sac. The point about access I'd like to make right now is that you can already see at 800 and 800 3rd Street and 401 Harbor Court, the 2 interior corner lots located there on this map, that they have a split driveway to provide access themselves because of the as-built condition of the street. So there's already some form of shared driveway that's occurring in order to make access work here, in which the property lines really don't have any help for access to those lots. At 405 specifically, we're again comparing that if this was a typical 50 by 100 property, which you would see north of 405 Harbor Court going up the street. In fact, the one just north of that is actually 60 feet wide. We would have a very typical buildable footprint of 35 feet wide by 50 feet deep. But due to the recessed property line, we can only fit a 35-foot wide by 33-foot deep house. While the variance request is technically asking for a 17-foot reduction in the front setback, the house itself will remain greater than 25 feet setback from the implied property line of where the street was built to, and maintain a more normal streetscape consistent with the rest of the neighbors on Harbor Court. So what I mean by that is because this lot is artificially set back deeper by the property line and then a 25-foot setback from that, it makes the house push back even further from the rest of the street, which makes for an inconsistent streetscape as you're walking along, and just doesn't, it feels out of place if recessed back that far.
Drew, can you speak to our plan for the parking on this home? We're going to keep it open underneath with parking, correct?
Yeah, we were willing to, per staff recommendation, we're willing to give up allow parking below or open parking below, so that any kind of visitors to the site would be able to park there below. And then we are also providing 1 parking space that's fully within the lot lines that's shown on the 5th page, or the 5th page of the document.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the applicant? Scott, Jim, anything?
No.
Jane? I can come back to you. Doug, anything?
No, ma'am.
How about you, Patrick?
No questions.
Don?
No question.
Jane, did you think of something? Okay, I don't have any questions at the moment, but you come back up. I'll open the public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to make public comment on this case? Seeing none, the public comment is closed. What are you struggling with, Jane?
Well, I do think.
Will you pull your microphone down?
Sorry.
It's okay.
You know, it doesn't appear that there is truly a cul-de-sac there, and the road really follows the lines of the street, and yet they're being held to a cul-de-sac. That to me doesn't make sense. Why can't they vacate the cul-de-sac?
Well, sounds like there's utility easement there, and it is an actual town deeded cul-de-sac, and that's how they subdivided those lots, is what Sarah said.
Yeah, it appears that if we created a square at that corner, instead of the rounded cul-de-sac, 1 lot would be cut off and not actually have access.
They could have had easement, I guess, from the lot next
Yeah.
door, but yeah, which they actually sort of looks like they do in the picture. But
I have seen properties where they take the square or the circle, make it a shared easement of all, and then it still becomes usable square footage. Why isn't that being done?
you'd still have to have a setback, though, I think, right, Sarah?
Well, you'd have
From
a
the
setback,
easement.
but it would be straight across. I mean, it would
From an
be-
easement, I thought you had to have the setback off, no, from property line.
Not if, yeah. Is that right or not?
Yeah, easements, your setback is measured from property line. The fact that you have an easement on the property does not affect how you measure the setback.
But you don't have to be you don't have to be any distance off the easement. You do off of utilities.
Other than building code, but not from a zoning setback.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time acknowledging the cul-de-sac that is just an imaginary line that isn't used as a cul-de-sac.
But you know what, Jane, if you think of it as any, I know why you're having a hard time, because when you drive down the street, you make a 90-degree angle and
yeah.
turn. There's no loop. But, like any property, you don't necessarily see the property lines when you pass by it.
Yeah,
And
they're
that's-
not building on top of it,
No.
which I understand. I mean, like, I had a property where I had a side setback of, I think, 25 feet. And, you know, we didn't build on it, and I used our property lines, but the point is, it does make
It does create a hardship.
yeah, thank you. Words are not coming to me after this storm. I'm sorry, I can't get it to come out.
Any other comments, Patrick? Were you going to say something?
So I've got, and I guess maybe I should have asked Samir that question, but I think he's going to have the opportunity to address my comment. So in the package that he gave us, okay, if you go to the last page, there's a footprint there, okay? So if you look at the house footprint that he's providing, if you look at the left corner of the house closest to that bulb out, okay?
Yep.
And if you were to rotate that corner on that axis and bring that corner to the rear yard on the right side, okay? Can you guys picture what that looks like? So the longest part of the house becomes located on the longest part of the lot.
I don't see a
And
longer-
where we've got the bulb out, that's where the deck would be up front, okay? And a deck technically can encroach into a street setback.
So instead of rotate, you really mean flip, right?
It's rotated, yeah. So what that, in my mind, and the question when I called Samir last night was, could we rotate the house just like I'm indicating in that? Variance is still needed. It does minimize that variance. It does keep the exact same house, albeit where the bedroom and the deck are not located by the pool. They become located at the front. But it demonstrates an effort in minimizing the variance requested. So that's where I struggle in that. I see a hardship. I see I see the idea that we've got custom homes versus kind of standard homes that we're trying to fit on here, and we're trying to provide some relief and expedite the redevelopment process. But for me to feel comfortable, I also kind of need to see an effort on part of the applicant to make that variance,
De
the minimum
minimis.
variance, yeah, to get something feasible.
Can I throw out another thing that I find curious? This notion of saving folks $25,000 when we're talking about $1 million plus lots. So, you know, some of the recent sales in that neighborhood are upwards of $1 million and some dollars. We're really talking about custom home locations. So, but it's just another thing that's been bothering me. Don, what were you going to say? I'm gonna load everything today.
Yeah, I was just gonna react to these folks. I don't know if these folks bought this lot or not. I'm not
Yeah.
considering it, but yeah, I agree. The lot might be worth $1 million, but
Yeah.
for building back, if they paid, $150
Yeah.
for it.
Any other comments?
I look at with the existing setback, we have a buildable area of 35 feet by 35 feet. On a two-story home, that gets to perhaps 2,000 square feet without any variances. So, it looks, and I understand maybe deviating and moving the deck and the bedroom to the front, but it's still a lot larger footprint than what was existing.
Is there any other comment?
Can you run that by us again, just to
Jim?
make sure? You're saying that with current setbacks, we would be looking at a potential development footprint of 35 by 35, is that correct?
35 by 33, I think it says.
Jim, did you hear Patrick's? Oh,
Yeah, I blew it up. It looks like 35, yes, I think Jay's correct, 35 by 33. And it's not a square, it does, because of the arc of the cul-de-sac, it does increase on the north side.
is there any other discussion? Does someone want to make a motion? I'll make a motion. My motion is to deny this request. It does not meet LDC Section 3487 criteria. Most specifically, number 1, a de minimis request, and number 5, it would be recurring. This is also going to be on another cul-de-sac lot. That's my motion.
I second it.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion,
Yeah, we got
yes?
discussion. Don't have a problem with the argument about being de minimis. The recurring criteria. My concern with that is that this condition like we have here occurs in many municipalities where similar variances come before the governing bodies on a regular basis. And basing our denial on the fact that it's somewhat similar with another case, if we compare this one, for example, with the previous one, okay, substandard lot, the configuration of this one at the cul-de-sac is very different from the other one. So I would just caution the LPA, if there is a motion to deny that this request, the idea that it's recurring and therefore we can correct that by changing the LDC. We can't really snap our fingers and do that, and I think there's enough leeway to say that this is a different lot and the conditions are somewhat different from others on the street. Doesn't negate the fact that we can go back and look at the code and and look at our front street setbacks, that's for sure.
So it isn't just here on Harbor Court, 3rd Street, that these kind of things exist. There are other properties on the island that will face this same thing. But if it gives you comfort, I would be willing to remove my, or modify my motion and have the motion simply reflect that it is not the minimum variance that could be requested to solve their problems. You happier with that? You're still going to vote against it, but that's all right. You know what, I'm going to leave it, as it is. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I'm voting yes. Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Nay.
Jane?
Nay.
Doug?
Nay.
Patrick?
Nate?
And Don?
Nay.
Okay, so that motion fails. Would somebody else like to make a motion?
I'm having a problem with this.
Well, you must have something in mind. If you didn't want to deny it, you want to approve it, and what?
Hang on.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, so if there's no other motion to be made, then the denial would move forward.
It's denied.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Did the old footprint that I'm seeing there conform with the setback?
It appears that it did, but I don't know that we have that specific information. Based on the LIPA review of it, it looked like it did.
Thank you.
Where, I can't find the page of. I can't roll to the staff's recommendation.
It's on page 113, 114. Don, were you going to say something?
Yeah, 115, I think. Was
Yeah,
what it is.
115 comes down.
I can't.
Is there another motion? If there's not another motion,
Maybe, hang on.
I'll make a motion to approve variance 2023-0062 for the property located at 405 Harbor Court. Find that based on the lot configuration, it being a cul-de-sac lot, that the variance meets the criteria for approval.
With the following conditions?
I don't have any conditions. No conditions.
Second.
so you all are not including the conditions that were stipulated in the staff report, like, for example, open parking?
Okay, let me amend it then, please.
Okay.
With the conditions, the staff on page
115.
115, open parking, help me out here,
Relocation of the driveway
relocation of the driveway,
and encroachment street setback is limited to front staircase as approved by the site plan.
so
last
All
one
other
is,
LDC requirements. So.
You're right.
And I'll second the amended motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Do we need to take off the other request formally? Or-
Yeah, the
I-
4
you-
inches.
The 4 inches?
They removed it before.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that isn't,
So noted
correct,
that.
have to be noted, okay. All right.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Scott?
Aye.
And Don?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
No.
And Anita, no. The motion passes 5-2. Let's move on to the next one, 810 3rd Street, which is a request for a variance to the street setback in the RC zoning district.
I know.
Thanks, Samir. Oh, Jason, you're giving
Hello.
Sarah a little rest.
She deserves it.
Another cul-de-sac.
Surprise, surprise.
So since we still have 7 minutes left before noon, good morning. Jason Smalley, I'm with the town's planning and zoning staff. So what you have before you here today is 810 3rd Street. Again, this is a request to reduce the street side setback. Justification being an existing platted cul-de-sac, much like you've heard previously. The request is to reduce the front setback by 14 feet 11 inches, and then therefore provide a minimum of 10 feet 1 inch setback from the property line that follows the bulb of the cul-de-sac. Staff is here for any questions that you may have.
Jason, can you remind me, what was the staff's recommendation on this?
I apologize. So
That's okay.
the recommendation was for denial. Again, it was a question of whether this is the minimum necessary, and staff set aside the idea that just because the applicant may be required or necessitate a more custom-designed home to fit this lot, that wasn't necessarily a reason to approve.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? No questions for staff. We'll move on to the applicant, Samir.
Drew, you're up.
Drew, you're up.
Hello, Drew Whiting, Homebound. So this is very similar to the case we just looked at, with the difference being that the depth here, instead of being 33 feet of buildable, the cul-de-sac actually extends deeper into the lot of that 100-foot depth, making for a 35-foot wide by 31.5 feet buildable depth at the minimum kind of most constrained portion. We are proposing a very similar plan to the previous case, with similar setbacks, just slightly different geometry per the cul-de-sac. There will be one parking space available fully on the property in front of the house, and then 2 available parking spaces below the footprint of the house as well.
I'm going to apologize. The diagrams are actually incorrect in here. This is for 8. This is 810 3rd Street or 800 3rd Street? Sorry.
810 3rd Street.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Never mind. Correct. I apologize. Keep going, Drew. Sorry.
Anything else, Drew?
Drew, can you speak to the parking plan for this, please?
Just did.
He just did. Okay, questions for the applicant? No questions for the applicant?
Well, I have a question. The house that you have on this one, is it the same floor plan as the other one?
Yes, it is.
But it doesn't fit the same.
Drew, can you speak to the fit on the lot, please?
Yeah, so it is the same floor plan. There may be slightly different interior options and a different exterior style, as well as ground floor options as far as how the ground floor is enclosed or not. What specifically were you asking about the plan?
The other one went to 15 feet, and why isn't this one fitting the same if it's basically in the same location?
It's the shape of the cul-de-sac at that,
Cul-de-sac
at that
cuts
point.
deeper.
The cul-de-sac cuts deeper into this lot than it does on the other one.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant? Hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, we'll close public comment. LPA members, any further questions for staff or the applicant? Hearing none, is there a motion? At least for discussion?
I would make a motion to approve it, subject to the conditions for approval recommended by staff.
I second.
Is there discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none. Your vote, Doug?
Aye.
Your vote, Scott?
Aye.
Jim?
There's enough buildable space within the code to get a house built here, so I vote just as I did on the last one, no.
I agree with Jim. I'm voting no. Jane?
Aye.
And Patrick?
I
And Don.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 5-2. Next item on the agenda is 800 3rd Street, requesting a variance from street, side, and rear setbacks in the RC zoning.
Jason Smalley again with the town's planning and zoning staff. So, as you just mentioned, this is for 800 3rd Street. Again, this is a variance that includes 3 requests. The front street setback is asking for a 2.6-foot variance to provide a 22.5-foot street setback. The side setback request is, again, 2.5 feet to provide a minimum 5-foot side yard setback. And then they are requesting as well a rear variance of 7 feet 6 inches and providing a 17-foot 6-inch rear setback as opposed to the 25-foot setback that would generally be necessary on this type of lot. Staff does take into account that the lot is pinched at the front, which can make development a little bit more tricky. But we did want to also call out the fact that, as with previous ones, the applicant has made an attempt to provide for additional parking on this one. Staff is still a little concerned because their proposed parking is assuming what might be an average sedan-type vehicle. We all understand that vehicles can sometimes be larger. Nobody can account for their friend's choice in cars. But more importantly, the expectation seems to be that not only will they be doing under house parking, but the 2 additional parking spaces, one of them is expected to go into the minimal 5-foot requested setback. And we would just remind everybody that in general, when a lot is developed, that is also the area that would be available for swale and stormwater movement forward and back on the property. So we would just ask that you keep that in mind. The staff's recommendations for conditions of approval are in the report, and they mirror a lot of the requests or the recommendations of previous plans. If there's any questions, I'm available for those.
Thank you very much, Jason. Questions for staff?
I've lost my whole package, so I'm trying to get back on it.
Jane, if you go to page 185 of
No,
two-
I mean, can't get it to download it to, I'm trying.
Are there any questions of staff? Okay, we'll,
Yeah.
all right, we'll go on to the applicant's presentation. Thank you, Jason. It's only because we're going on break, I'm sure.
Having a hard time downloading.
Do you want my computer?
No. Yeah.
Oh, I'll be there sooner or later. Okay, 800 3rd Street. Mr. Samir, go ahead.
I'm just going to cut to the chase and let Drew get there. Go ahead, Drew.
Drew?
Drew Whiting, homebound. So this lot is a little unique from the other 2 we've just previously discussed. Given its pie-shaped nature, it severely constrains the buildable footprint. As the cul-de-sac already pushes the front lot line back to only have a depth of 81 feet for the lot itself. The pie-shaped nature of the lot being narrow at the front also constrains the width towards the front of the lot, which further pushes any kind of built house back into the lot deeper. We're requesting reducing the front setback by 2.5 feet to maximize the house's depth. This reduction is very minimal considering that the cul-de-sac is already very recessed off of the as-built condition. And just gives us a little bit of extra space to work with towards the front of the lot to minimize what we're asking for at the rear. The proposed reduction of 7.5 feet from the rear setback improves the previous house's condition from 8.83 feet from the rear lot line to 17.5 feet from the rear property line. Additionally, although that number is a reduction from the required 25-foot rear setback along water, the house would actually range from 23.5 feet to 35 feet 3 inches from the actual water's edge, as the existing boat docks and lifts extend well beyond the property line as well. As to the side property lines, the pie-shaped nature of this lot does limit the buildable width of the lot toward its front in particular. We're asking for a 2'6" reduction to the side setbacks to be able to fit the proposed house. One, this is letting us push further up towards the lot, again, to reduce that rear setback, but two, allowing a slightly more width to work as we build the house as well. On one side, only the front corner reaches this proximity, and it quickly opens up as it goes deeper into the lot. And on the other side, the 5-foot setback is maintained the full depth of the house with an eave overhang of 12 inches or less to maintain a minimum of 48 inches from the property line at the roof eave. The proposed house at 810 3rd Street is a 10-foot minimum off of the property line at this shared property line. That would still maintain a 15-foot separation between the two houses. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Are there questions for the applicant?
Drew, can you run by your last sentence?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing.
And then Drew, parking as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I was referring to the shared building separation between this subject property at 800 3rd Street and 810 3rd Street that we were just discussing in the previous variance. The proposed site plan is showing the house being 10.5 feet off of the shared setback or property line, versus this house is shown as 5 feet off of that property line. So it's still maintaining a minimum of 15 feet separation between the two houses. When we look at a typical lot line that would have side setbacks of 7.5 feet on each property, I'm comparing it to that 15-foot effective building separation that would be created there. As to the parking, to Samir's point, we do have 2 proposed parking spaces in the space in front of the house, as well as 2 additional spaces below the house. One of those spaces is encroaching upon that side setback, to Jason's point of going into that swale space. We can either remove that or adjust the parking to make it work in another way, whether that's via a tandem space or otherwise.
Did that satisfy your questions, Don and Scott?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Go ahead, Scott.
I said thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question for Sarah. You made a comment that the parking spaces provided would be for maybe not a typical car. I don't see the dimension on here.
Oh, this is for Jason. Okay.
Oh, sorry. What is the depth of the 2 spaces here?
So we didn't have the ability to scale that, but just eyeballing, looking at it, it looks to be in the 10 to 12 foot range, which, again, from staff's opinion and perspective, that would accommodate most American sedans. But if we were to talk about having somebody come over with worst case scenario, your 250 dually or any of the other large vehicles that for some reason I see driving on the roads all the time, there's the consideration to consider that not everybody is going to be driving the normal sedan, and the market itself leans towards the SUVs and crossover SUVs, which get into that longer and wider range. So staff doesn't necessarily say that everybody that comes there is going to have the dually truck, but we just wanted to point out that if the assumption was that with a 10 to 12 foot long vehicle that you are going to have a rear wheel into that swale area, what's the condition going to be if you have somebody that comes in with a RAV4 or some other type of SUV?
So it would, if they did park 2 of those there, it would overhang into the cul-de-sac.
I just think it's going to be a cramped space to fit in many different types of vehicles, and I would just point that out to be conscientious about that area is serving dual purposes here, and in my opinion, the more important one of swales.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Patrick?
Looking at the survey, and I've looked at a lot of surveys in my life, this one's very confusing. Can someone kind of explain the area by the canal? Do we know what the history is? Is that an easement? What's the extra square footage that is not part of the lot?
We have a fair number of these around the island. We're not exactly sure how all of them were created. Some of them, it appears, they may have like increasingly moved out seawalls. This one's large enough that they maybe just misplatted it and nobody ever bothered to resolve it. The way the code is written, you still are supposed to measure from that property line, but you can, you do have the ability to, I can't remember what it is. There's something in the code about being allowed to utilize an additional measurement when the property line is further inland than the actual seawall. I don't know if that one applies in this
Why can't they
case.
vacate it?
Hmm?
Why couldn't they vacate it?
It may be possible to vacate it. The town has a policy of generally not vacating these, but we haven't been requested to vacate it.
Okay. Other questions for staff or the applicant?
I guess I just have a thought looking at this, and I approve the other two requests, but this lot is so unique and so of an odd geometry that it just sort of screams to me that it needs a custom home on it and not one of their standard homes, because it just doesn't fit well. I don't, even with all these variances, it still looks pretty awkward, and parking's an issue, and it's just a lot that's not a good candidate for a pre-engineered structure, I don't think.
But it meets the 25-foot setback.
Jane, your microphone, please.
It meets the 25-foot setback for the driveway, correct? Yes, that's what I see, 25 feet. And that's all any normal house would be, so I don't think parking can be the issue.
Is there any other discussion? Did I call for public hearing? Did I open the public hearing? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wants to comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Okay. Further questions for the staff or the applicant? Samir, did you wanting to make another comment? Okay. Is anyone prepared to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to deny it.
I'll second the motion. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? This is trying to put a square peg in a round hole.
Can I ask for the record the basis for the denial?
The basis of my motion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I don't like the reduction of the side setbacks. That's kind of an issue with me. And I think we have to make too many concessions to make this sort of standard 35 by 35 footprint work on this lot. And the other previous ones actually fit okay, and the cul-de-sac was sort of a vague issue anyway, but this is different to me anyway.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion? Your vote, Doug?
Deny.
Mine is to deny, which is yes for the motion. Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Nay.
Jane?
Nay.
Patrick?
Nay.
Doug? Don.
Don.
Don, nay.
Okay, the motion fails. Is there another motion?
I'll move to approve the request for variance with the conditions for approval set forth by staff.
I'll second.
Any discussion on the motion? Your vote, Don?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Jim?
No.
Anita, no. Jane?
Yes.
Doug?
No.
Patrick?
Yes.
And Don, yes. Okay, carries 4-3. Motion's approved. Do you all want to take a break or keep going?
Keep going.
Next item is 4601 Estero Boulevard. This is a variance request for the construction of a pool.
Do you want all these things back so you don't have to kill any more trees?
And, yeah, here, there you go.
Oh, yes, you may have it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, who's doing the 4601 Estero? You, Sarah, or who? You are? Okay.
And you might as well take these for, I mean,
Yep.
we'll leave these on the table.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Anthony and Tracy Vuksinic, owners of 4601 Estero Boulevard, are requesting a variance to allow a pool closer to the right-of-way than the home. The property is zoned RC and is conforming in width and depth. The lot is 50 feet wide and 120 feet deep. The property is located on the corner of Estero Boulevard and Strandview Avenue. The house was constructed 15 feet from the Strandview right-of-way property line with approval of an administrative variance in 2015. The LDC does not allow accessory structures such as pools to be constructed closer to the right-of-way than the home. The applicant proposes a pool that will be closer to Estero Boulevard than the home. The house is 41 feet from Estero Boulevard, and the pool is proposed 25 feet from Estero. The pool would be set back the same distance as the house from Strandview Avenue. The applicant would not be permitted to construct a pool cage around the deck, as the deck extends closer to the side and Strandview Street property line than is allowed. The property owner will need to construct a fence to meet pool safety requirements. However, the fence may be only 4 feet in height within 25 feet of any right-of-way. I believe the applicant is here, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Anita,
Yes.
ex parte.
Thank you, Scott. Ex parte, Don?
No.
Patrick?
None.
Doug?
None.
Jane?
None.
I have none. Jim?
No.
Scott?
None.
Thank you for that, Scott.
You're welcome.
No questions for staff? Would the applicant come forward, please? Good morning.
Good morning. I created this
No, it's
handout
good
on the
afternoon
fly.
now.
Afternoon. I do have a new appreciation
Well,
for my high
wait,
school.
don't talk until you're at the microphone, if you would mind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. This experience certainly has given me an appreciation for my high school civics class, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You guys are doing a great job.
Could you identify yourself for the record, sir?
I sure can. My name is Tony Vuksinic. I'm here with my wife Tracy Vuksinic, and we, should I just go into my spiel?
Yes, you should.
All right,
And
cool.
we're glad to know how to pronounce your last name.
Oh, great, Vuksinic. Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice Irish name. So the house that we're talking about is 4601. It was built in 2017. We bought it in 2020. And the way that the property is set, it's set way back in the property area. And so Tracy and I have purchased this property. This is where we're going to retire. We've been coming down to Southwest Florida for 25 years. My parents are in Naples Park. Love it down here. Want to be a part of the rebuild, the whole 9 yards. And we also had damage from the hurricane. And, you know, because the house was built in 2017, it was built to code, you know, comparatively, we feel very fortunate for where we are right now. So appreciate the coding and the process that you guys go through, et cetera. This house is our retirement. So we have 3 kids. Believe it or not, my son is 6'6", I'm 6'4". You know, I realize that we're trying to do, the variance that we're requesting is to put the pool in the front. We've been on this journey for about, since the beginning of 2022. And we've worked with Jason's group. Originally, we had 3 variances. We ended up moving back, getting it down to 2 variances. I think one of the setbacks allowed us to get rid of one of those variances as well. We've added, you know, parking per the request and per the coaching and in the back and forth, et cetera. So really do appreciate that. So where we're at right now is the staff recommendation is to deny because we have the ability to have a pool in the backyard. And I think that it was qualified as an average size pool in the backyard. And the pool size, we've been working with tropical pools. And one thing I will say about the island here is that whoever's been putting the pools in has been doing a great job because the pools all stay for everything that I've seen. Because of where I don't have all the details, but it's in the report that we submitted. We actually had a consultant help us put this all together because it's that important to us. Because of whatever the setbacks are, et cetera, the pool size that we would be able to put in the back is about 180 square feet. And I was kind of looking here, it's probably about, you know, from here, well, you guys know, this is your business, so you know. And we're requesting a pool of 322 square feet. And so one of the pages out there was the last, I think, 10 or 15 pools that came through on request. The average size pool, I think, is about 360 square feet. And then that's post the hurricane, and then also pre the hurricane. We also pulled some stats around that. We're requesting a hardship, right? So there is ability probably to build a pool. You know, my wife, I also included in there, you know, I don't know, this is my first time through this process, so I probably am giving you, you know, some HIPAA, you know, I probably crossed a HIPAA code here, but, you know, we have to put a hot tub, you know, because we need to, you know, she's got some conditions we need to be, you know, to take care of and have space for, et cetera. And so the hardship that I'm requesting is that we are allowed to put that pool in the front. You know, we're certainly invested, you know, going to make this beautiful, and, you know, we already know we're into this about $120,000, and you heard the average pool size. To put it in the back is, it's going to be a thimble. I call it a thimble, but, you know. So you got me, you got my wife, you got my kids, I'm going to have grandkids there. It's kind of so I don't know how else to ask you guys, but, you know, we want to be a part of the rebuild. We want to show that we're moving, you know, that there is that movement going on. And so we're requesting this variance.
Okay.
I don't know, babe, do you want to add? Oh, you can't add anything. You have to be at or can
She could add something if
Do you
she
wanna add
wishes.
anything?
She's part of the
She has to
application,
come up.
but she looks like you've done a pretty good job. You have okay.
to speak here.
You have to come
Nah,
up to the
she's good.
microphone, okay.
Right. Last time she got in front of one of these, I had to pull her off at
Okay.
doing a wedding
Got
toast.
it,
So it was
okay,
not-
well, that's a whole different deal.
Awesome.
Any questions for the applicant, folks?
I have one, well, maybe procedural first. We all received an email. Are you going to
Yes.
enter that into the record?
During the public comment?
Yep. Have you spoke to either Mike Funk or Greg Miller about this project? They're your neighbors?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Has the applicant had the opportunity to see the email that was received?
I have
you
no
seen it?
idea.
I have not seen it.
Well,
no.
here you go.
Okay. Do I do anything with this, or,
You don't have to, she just wants you to be able to see it,
okay.
because it will be part of the public comment. Any other questions for the applicant? None?
No.
Nancy, do you want him to comment on that letter?
I would like him.
You
to have
would?
the
Okay.
opportunity to read
Yes.
it and comment.
Yeah, let
Okay.
let him read it.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Do I read this out loud? How do I read
No,
this?
no, you just read it and
to
tell us if
myself.
you have anything to say about it.
Before he does, who received it? All members of the LPA?
If I received it, I mean, if it may be in my inbox, but I had not read it.
No, it was
Printed.
on
I
our,
didn't
it was on our
receive it.
dais this
It
morning.
was-
This is the first time I mean, I read it at break, but this is the first opportunity we've had to look at it.
It was received by me yesterday, and I distributed it this morning via paper. And it will be part of the record.
Thank you.
Am
Mm-hmm.
So the pool location, just to verify, is where this big long thing is here?
No?
It's on this
He's
side.
asking for front yard.
Yeah, look
I
at,
know.
it says Estero Boulevard. Look at page 245 in the packet, and you'll see where the pool's going to be. It's a diagram.
And the pool meets both street setbacks?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is actually the side, if you're looking at the address being the address is the front, okay, on Estero, I'm sorry. That's where I
Okay.
was getting confused.
I can respond to this. Do you want me to respond?
Jim asked that you comment.
Okay. He is true. I have not reached out to them. He is true that we do rent it through VRBO, but that's not our long-term plan. That's my plan until I retire, which is next year. And then this piece around, we are not aware of any pools that have been constructed in the front yard. I'm aware of pools that have been built in the front yards. That's just my comment. So
Okay.
I'm not sure what else you need.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Is there any public comment? The public comment is open. Any public comment on this case? Hearing none, the public comment is closed. Any discussion from the LPA on this? Or if not, may I have a motion to approve or deny, please?
The motion is, I saw the letter said it was for additional parking spaces. Did I miss that? I thought it was only for the pool. Are they asking for additional parking? as well?
There is an indication on the drawing for 2 additional spots that would be in the rear.
Staff had previously asked for 2 parking spaces based on a previous approval. I asked staff if that was necessary, if it was a code requirement. They said that it was not, that they'd applied it based on a previous similar approval. That is something that could not be required. And apparently Jason said that considering the dimensions of the driveway, it would not really be appropriate to have additional parking spaces.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But this is not, so if you wanted to remove that condition, you could. This isn't like a master concept plan though, so that drawing is not binding.
So just little discussion.
Sure.
So I find, just like Scott said, it's within the street setbacks. I have a hard time denying it on one hand. On the other hand, I've lived on a weekly rental street and know what it's like to have people in the pool at 4 in the morning when you're trying to get up and go to work or sleep. So I don't know if there's anything with respect to this request or with respect to the rental activity of a condition that could be placed, but that's kind of my initial thought is, I heard the applicant say they did rent it before and assume they're going to rent it another year until they retire. Whether that condition would be legal or not, I'm not sure.
Well, it's not a weekly rental street. It is
Yeah,
a
it
weekly
is.
rental
Whoa,
based
whoa,
on
whoa.
being on Estero Boulevard.
Yeah,
That's what.
Can I comment?
Sure.
So here's my thoughts as being in that business. Number one, it's a weekly rental because it is
Right.
on Estero, although Strand View's not.
Right.
As a manager,
Jim,
I
step back.
I think the pool out front by Estero would be less intruding on the neighborhood if it was backed up against the house behind him. I mean, that's my thought.
Felt the same.
Those condos next door, I mean, he's got to be a good neighbor. He has to do, whomever manages his property, has got to do a good job making sure that, quiet hours and that. I mean, just because you assume it's a rental, it's going to create noise, that's not really kind of what we're looking at here. But if I would think the pool being in the front would be less obtrusive to the neighborhood than if it were in the rear. And I'm not for this parking in the back. I would not make that a condition. That's my 2 cents.
And just one more point for the record. I believe there are Estero Boulevard facing pools. I know of at least
Yes.
two.
Yeah, we approved a bunch of them.
Yeah, right.
And I think that the point of the staff report is typically the reason that the pool is on the street side is because the house has been backed up all the way to the coastal construction control line.
Mm-hmm.
One other comment, just real quick, if I can, on Scott's parking spaces. I agree, Scott, my inclination is to deny the parking spaces. On the flip side, it is a rental. And so the fact that you might have two families renting this property or a family with more than two vehicles there, meaning people visiting or something. Again, I've experienced it where you can't get in your house or down your street. So the additional parking doesn't bother me as much. It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't make any difference whether you grant the parking or not. You'll still have the vehicles there, so.
But it doesn't have to be included as a condition.
Right.
Understand.
Just some comments. I guess I'm like Don. I look at this and, I've got some concerns. I don't know if they're overwhelming concerns, but I'm concerned about form and the way Estero Boulevard looks. I did look at the whole boulevard, and I think, and if I'm mistaken, please let me know, the only ones that are in front of the properties were on the Gulf side, and those were older cottages built at the coastal construction line. I don't think I saw any on the bay side. So aesthetics and kind of precedents associated with a bunch of pools along the boulevard, from an aesthetic standpoint and form standpoint, got concerned about that. Also, the other concern, and I guess it's not, this is more of a personal feeling, not the criteria that we look at, is this house was built in 2019, I believe, or 2017? It's a recent home, and they chose to put it back 41 feet from the street. Understood it's not your doing, but you did buy it that way. So that plays, that's something I think of. Again, I don't know exactly if providing conditions for buffering along the roadway would be sufficient for me to alleviate that concern with form. But I'd like to hear from others on that issue.
I mean, it's probably not our place, as you pointed out, to design these projects on the fly, but it would be a lot easier for me to visualize that it's okay if it had like some kind of wall or some fence. And I know we can't have solid walls, but it seems like, I know the type B buffers there too, but I don't know.
There are some, there's at least one I can think of that has a concrete block wall that's stuccoed on Estero Boulevard. It is on the beach side, as Patrick mentioned. One other quick question, Sarah. Was there reason for the condition maybe that there was parking over there where the pool's going to go before?
No,
Okay.
It was based on a previous approval and just the feeling that there was a need for additional parking. I have not been able to get a lot of clarity on that issue.
Okay, thank you. And one other point, I think the way it's designed, at least the way it looks, the edge of the pool is right at the setback. So I'm not certain an aesthetic, even a fence maybe could go there. Not sure.
You would,
There's a 48-inch, oh, no foot, 48 inches fence would be there.
yeah, you
That's
would
on the
be,
conditions of approval?
Oh, okay.
you would be
Contact the pool.
required to fence it for pool safety, but within the 25-foot setback, it could only be 4 feet tall.
Okay,
But wouldn't
thank
you have to, you gotta have enough room, right? You gotta have at least 3-4 feet for safety, so then the fence would actually be encroaching on the
Encroach,
setback.
yeah.
But it would be allowed to.
Oh.
There's not, they would have some distance that they could put that fence, especially along the Estero side. They can have a fence within the 25 feet. It just can't be taller than 4 feet tall.
So they could put a 4-foot fence like 5 feet off the sidewalk or something?
Yes.
Okay.
But hopefully it would be further into the
Right.
property and they would have a vegetative buffer between.
Right.
I think that.
Jason has comment.
Okay.
I apologize for jumping in here. I had reviewed this initially, and to your point about why parking was brought up specifically, there had been concerns from other people in the neighborhood prior to the ownership currently that they have a wide area of right-of-way directly in front of their home, and that at certain times people were parking in that area. And so the attempt was to try and move some of that parking, which was thought to be because of short-term rental, onto the property. We don't have a list of any notice of violations, though, in the history of this property for parking violations per se. Only one about RV rental again, or an RV on the site, again, prior to the ownership of these folks.
Thank you.
Have you had any complaints on noise?
No, my research shows a few for overgrown weeds, again, prior to current ownership. I believe that there was one weed complaint after ownership, but that's the only thing in the history that I could find.
Okay. You know, I think that thank you, Jason. I think that the location being on Estero, as opposed to be at the back of the property, is protecting the neighborhood more than it would be if it was in the back of the property. And I do feel that the setback, because it's on two streets, does create a exception, extraordinary condition, and I do think they meet the criteria. So I'd be willing to make a motion to approve with the 4 conditions of the staff report, and that would be my motion.
Sorry, I might second, but can someone tell me what page the staff conditions are on? Because I'm scrolling.
It's on page 223.
Thank you.
And don't forget public comment.
Okay, sorry.
We'll open public comment. Is there any? Public comment is closed.
Thank you. I have made a motion. I said.
Would you be able to read the conditions?
The conditions on page 223, that the proposed setback shall be consistent with the street setback outlined in the administrative approval. Do you want ADM 2015-0001, or with the LDC regulation application at the time of the building permit? The final site plan shall be complete with all other regulations of the LDC. No structure, including screen enclosure, may encroach into the required setback. 3, no fence over 48 inches may be permitted within the required street setback. 4, a type B buffer will be required between the pool and Estero Boulevard.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Could I ask Sarah what's a type B buffer consist of?
Hold on one moment.
Oh. Isn't that the same buffer that we had on John Richard's parking lot?
We need to hand out blankets.
I think you need to start wearing socks with those sandals.
Sweatpants.
That's true, that'd be good.
Go outside for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, while Sarah is, there she is.
A type B buffer is 15 feet wide, 5 trees, a hedgerow, and no wall required.
And no what required? Wall. No wall.
So the buffer is within the setback distance then?
Yes. And I think that one was chosen because it is a 25-foot setback, so a nice wider buffered as opposed to a very compact one.
And I like that because the corner will be clear 10 feet.
Right.
Which will be good. Your triangle will be good.
Other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. Sorry, Patrick?
I'm just reading the buffer requirement. It talks about a continuous hedgerow. I think it's double staggered hedgerows, maintained at 3 feet in height. Would the motion maker entertain a change to the hedgerow height, to increase that?
I don't have any problem with that because I think it would add a layer of more protection and privacy.
Yeah.
What would you suggest as a recommended height?
6 feet.
Yeah, to 5 or 6 feet, but again, my concern is that visual impact.
Yep.
I agree that the location is a better location for the neighbors. I'm not a big fan of having a pool's front estero, but I think in the past, when we looked at the Gulf side lots, they tended to be pretty deep lots, and there was a lot of room before you hit estero, and there was a lot of landscaping also. So I think it mitigated for that. So in this case, if we had a substantial buffer and kept it at a significant height of at least 5 feet or 6 feet, if that's the will of the rest of the panel, I would support that.
I'll amend my motion to have 4 read a type B buffer shall be required between the pool and, oh, wait a minute. Okay, yes. The pool and Estero Boulevard that can be maintained at 6 feet,
Second.
at a maximum of 6 feet.
So is there any discussion on this motion?
I have another question. Does our code require native plants or a proportion of native plants?
No.
Not at present. That is an item that we will be discussing going
Good
into the
idea.
future.
I mean, it might be interesting to talk about what, we're going to plant 5 trees, what kind of trees?
Well, that's, yeah.
Any other discussion on this motion? Patrick, I totally have agreed with you on your comments about this, but I think that it, as you said, Scott, I think this will be an improvement for the neighborhood, and with the conditions of the buffers, I think that it will minimize the impact to Estero. So Jane, your vote?
Aye.
And Dawn?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And Scott?
Aye.
And yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda. Now, do you all want to take a quick break? Yes.
Okay.
Patrick, it looks like you've got a look of, I'm going to be long-winded on this one. Hey, do you want to take a break long enough to grab something to eat?
No, I don't know.
Anyone? Okay, all right. Yeah, because Don has to leave soon. Okay, everyone, now for the much-awaited topic of a review and discussion on the floor area ratio. Sarah, are you going to be talking about this with us?
Yes.
Okay, so
I have
could
a fun presentation for you.
I see that. It's with screens and everything. Could I have you start, because I've gotten about a gazillion, as I'm sure everyone has, loads of comments and questions about this. And could I start with having you clarify a couple of things? Number one, floor area ratio does or does not increase the height of a building.
No, it does
Right.
not.
It does not have anything to do with the height of a building.
Applies to commercial zoned districts. It does not apply to residential. And it is highest in the downtown zoning district. Well, it's actually based on it's based on the future land use district, which is pedestrian commercial, and also the overlying zoning district puts additional limitations on it.
And the downtown zoning district is from Diamond Head to the north end of Lynn Hall Park, down Old San Carlos, over to Crescent, down Crescent Street, and back over, and I believe includes, well, no, not Santos, because it's its own district. There's a couple of other little streets that it includes in this area.
It goes pretty much from between Pearl Street and Virginia, the block in between, all the way over past downtown, past what we consider downtown, to partially up Lagoon Street.
Yep.
And I do have, I did a zoomed in printed off map so that everybody could see what this downtown
Great.
area is.
Great. Thank you. They're just, some things that I think, we talk about and maybe take for granted that other people understand, but I think this FAR discussion has created a lot of discussion about height, when in fact it doesn't change the height requirements. Okay.
So we're referring to the red area, correct?
When we refer to,
Yes.
when we refer to downtown.
So I do want to start off this discussion by pointing out that it has been made pretty clear during our discussions that council and LPA are not asking for increases in FAR. This discussion is actually about, do we include the lower level, and what does FAR look like? What do these different numbers look like? So all of these pictures are examples of existing setbacks within zoning districts, or some, if you see some of the later slides, are CPD. So that's like a typical resort setback, or looking at what could be done, like with wider setbacks on the side, or, so that you get more height, but you have big, wide setbacks on the side. So I'm just showing you examples so you can see what FAR looks like, because I think that was one of the biggest questions that all of you had. I did these myself, so they are not graphically beautiful. They are just functional, because everything I was finding online was like 19 FAR, 10 FAR, which we know you guys don't want. So I'm trying to show examples that are sort of in the range of Fort Myers Beach.
Sarah, I think it would be very helpful also if there is an existing property that you could associate with the example. It would give us an even better visual.
So I attempted to do something like that. I was looking at average sized lots when I set these up. I have all the lots either as, like this one is an 80 by 80 square lot. My other lot example is 120 by 120. And I was doing that because I was designing them myself. So for ease of measurement and multiplication, because I overlaid it on a grid on my, it was
So is
very
the answer no?
non-technical. No.
Okay.
But an 80 by 80 lot is kind of what you're going to see in the downtown area.
Okay.
So,
Sarah, can, before you start
yeah.
also, could you please tell me, like, some of these have little numbers on them all over? They're in little white boxes. Do they mean anything?
I did not save a,
Okay.
hold on.
I think those are
Actually,
the lot
I have
numbers.
to
No,
say.
they're not.
I think they're lot numbers
No,
or
they're not.
parcel numbers.
No, they're not lot numbers.
What's Patrick saying?
All the different numbers, my understanding are, those are either conditional use, special exceptions, variances, I believe.
Oh,
Maybe.
interesting. Okay, because they had a lot of it, so it was just, it's sort of, okay.
Yeah, just looking at it, I would say it's lot number, but
No, it's not.
clearly that's
I
not the
think
case,
Patrick
so
is
I'm
right,
not.
actually.
Yeah, I think Patrick may be
Yeah.
correct.
And of course, this map is incorrect with the Margaritaville CPD because it doesn't include, that is the former Seafair CPD. It doesn't include the additional beachside properties.
Right.
And this was the version that
Yeah,
I had
that's
on my.
that's online.
Yeah.
I had the same one at home. Yeah. Okay.
So I do also, part of this conversation comes from, and a big part of it comes from the question of, do we count parking below or do we not count parking below? So the code currently says that gross floor area includes the total floor area of all stories of a building within the surrounding exterior walls, whether the walls are solid or screened, plus all area below an elevated building that is 6 feet or more in height, plus all stories of covered parking, but not including any area whose roof is screened rather than solid, such as a swimming pool enclosure. So currently, our floor area ratio count includes all under building parking or interior building parking. So part of the discussion that we've been having is, should that count, or, you know, how do other communities look at this? So I did find in conversations that Lee County does not even count floor area ratio. The city of Fort Myers does not include floor area ratio, and Collier County does not include parking in the floor area ratio. So there are 3 examples of how it's done in different places, you know, either not counting or not counting the parking. But that was just a very, I did not do a thorough review of everybody's ordinance.
Okay.
And like Anita asked earlier, it doesn't affect height, it doesn't affect really, if you don't count parking, it doesn't do anything. You still have your height restrictions, you still have the same kind of box, right?
So the place where it would really make a difference would be in the instance of a CPD, most likely, where you have the underlying future land use district that has an amount, and the applicant is proposing something different than allowed by the code. The code's pretty limiting, and what I included here on each of my slides, I include what the requirements allow in that. So you're going to see that I have, some drawings that are below the allowed, and then I have some that are above the allowed, just so that you guys can see examples of that.
So does that argue someone would have to come in for a CPD, why change it, right? I mean, if they're going to have to come in for a CPD, it's going to include it anyway. A request for exclusion of parking.
Well, but the way the code, you can request an exclusion, but I think the question is, the way I have understood the question to be is, does it make sense for us to count parking? You know, if this is something that people are consistently saying, could you not count this?
Right.
If it's not really, if everybody has parking below and it's not usable, retail space or something, should we count it?
Right.
So this first example, this is a commercial office zoning example, just so you can see what those setbacks would require. So it's 10-foot side setbacks, 10-foot front setback, and a 20-foot rear setback. In the commercial office zoning district, you have a max FAR of 1.2, max stories 3, and max height 30 feet. So you can see like a typical, typically you're going to see parking below and then usable space above, and 1 story if you count the bottom floor. So you can just see like the multiplier there. If you count the bottom floor, it's bottom floor, which is parking, it's 0.94. Not counting the bottom floor, it's 0.47. If you're counting the bottom floor, you're at 2 stories above parking, you're already exceeding the max FAR. So in this instance, we can see that this is probably not a good fit for this zoning district, because you can't get 2 stories. You can't get 30 feet in height, and
meet the FAR.
and have, not have over the FAR that's allowed. So, and here, obviously, I'm doing quite a few stories so that you can see what it looks like. But, in this instance, maybe the FAR, if these are appropriate heights, if these are the appropriate number of stories that we want, if these are the appropriate setbacks, maybe we need to reconsider what that FAR is. This is a downtown example. So this is max FAR of 1 to 1.8. So that depends on what part of the downtown district you're in, and that's assuming you're not getting a CPD. So it's straight zoning. Depending on where you're at, you get 1 to 1.8. You get 2 to 3 stories in height and 30 to 40 feet. And this is one of those issues that we've talked about before, where you get 2 to 3 stories and 30 to 40 feet, and you count the stories of the entire building, and you count the height just above flood elevation. So there's definitely a mismatch there.
It's very mismatched.
Yeah, so we see if you have 3 stories, you're at 30 feet, whereas 3 stories is the max, and you should get up to 40 feet. So that's a fix that we definitely need to make to the code. So if we're looking at, so for the 1 story, that's 1 story in height over, so 2 stories. So 1 usable story over parking, you're already over 1. So, that's probably a mismatch also. We need to reconsider how the FAR is considered for that section, just to make all of it work. So if that's the height we want, if, that's the number of stories we want, if those are the setbacks we want, we need to make the FAR match with that. And then you can see, if you're downtown, well, I'll move on to some others that are a little different. So this is, you could not change it. Continue to count the parking below, and it is the way it is. You could exclude the parking area below from the FAR count, so anything that's parking below just doesn't count. Or you could exclude parking below when the first living level is built the max 3 feet above base flood elevation. So this would be encouraging people to build that first living level of development to that max height to improve resilience. So it's sort of a
3 feet.
3 feet.
Freeboard.
Yeah, so 3 feet of freeboard so that,
Why do they call it freeboard?
flood.
What if I missed all it? What's the freeboard thing? I mean, I instantly hear Led Zeppelin.
An engineering term.
It's what? It's an engineering term?
Can I ask a question now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. So I'm kind of leaning towards Sarah's idea of just for consistency, and then we can talk about what the FAR number actually is. But it would seem to me that it makes the most consistent sense, especially that we're on a barrier island, that we count usable floor space as the square footage of the building, which would be the space above the base flood elevation plus some number. And then, we could change the FAR where we thought we needed, but we consistently look at it that way. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And then whether there's parking underneath or not, but, the square footage of the building that's actually, let's say, habitable is going to be above the floodplain. And I'm curious why you say 3 feet. I mean, I think I get it, but how did you calculate that?
So 3 feet is actually already written to our code that we don't count that as, we don't count, if someone builds their freeboard up to 3 feet above the base flood elevation, we start measuring at that 3 feet. Or if they build 1 foot or 2 feet, we start measuring at that point. If they build it above that 3 feet mark, then we don't give them any extra.
What would you say, maybe define that? I mean, I'm trying to reach for a better way to get that idea, because some people may choose to go 4 feet above base flood because they're just more risk averse.
They don't get a benefit.
Then why does that change things?
Well, because we don't really want people to build houses
Too tall?
too tall. Yeah, like they might be like, well, I want to build it so that I can fit my RV and my boat underneath my house.
Oh, I see.
Which benefits them, but maybe they don't need to build it that tall. So we don't really want to encourage people to build, like overbuild in height, because we're not counting that elevation. So you might end up with like a 60-foot tall house.
I see. Okay.
Don, Patrick?
Yeah, Anita, you had some really good questions at the beginning, and factually, everything that was answered was correct about this not affecting the way we measure height. It could have an impact on stories, though. And I think when there's confusion out there in the public, it stems from the fact that our CPD allows for a lot of leeway. So I think we need to keep that in mind, and I'm okay with explaining that to people, because I represent developers in some cases where they might, through the CPD process, they might be asking for more. Okay, and I think I've mentioned this before. My partner would be presented this. I would recuse myself, but I want people to fully understand what the CPD does allow an applicant to ask. You can ask for more height, and also you can also ask a deviation from the way the FAR is calculated. And you could ask, for example, if we don't choose to change it as a town, the applicant can then say the way FAR is calculated, we're asking a deviation from that section of the code, and we don't want our parking under the building to be included. The CPD does allow for that, okay? So there's a lot of flexibility with the CPD, plus the CPD when it comes to hotel rooms, we have a clause that says, under exceptional circumstances, more rooms can be granted based upon public benefit and circumstances. So a lot of leeway there. So I think we have to keep that in mind and understand that this can still happen. But if we address this today and just make a recommendation as to, do we calculate the parking underneath a building, yes or no? For someone that has a smaller property and doesn't want to spend the time and the money of going through a CPD process, it does provide them some relief. It would potentially allow someone to maximize the amount of floor area within their allowed height and box. So I hope everybody that I didn't confuse things too much, but I think there is a benefit to making a recommendation today. It does allow someone, without having to go through a CPD, a little leeway. And I believe that any kind of major hotel rebuild or development on this island will go through that CPD process and explain everything very clearly, and that'll be debated at the LPA and at council.
So, especially in the V zone where construction cannot occur at grade level, it makes total sense. And from resiliency and every other factor, it makes total sense. Why, if you cannot put something there, should you be penalized for that space? Because essentially that's what it is. But what about the A zone?
So I think, in my mind, the A zone is also challenging from a
Yes.
building standpoint, in that some people, let's say you're a business owner, it'll make business sense to spend a whole lot of extra money to dry flood-proof. For some other people, it will not make sense. So they will decide, I'd rather have parking under there, and my business can do well in some kind of elevated situation. So, the A zone is still challenging. I don't think, while you've got that opportunity as a landowner to decide how you're gonna proceed, it is extremely, extremely expensive to build that way.
I guess my point of that is, if we, in a blanket way, say that we should not calculate, or that we should only calculate FAR at base flood, which seems to be a very common practice, especially in communities like ours.
But I think the caveat, and I agree that it's not in the staff report, but I think the previous discussions were, if you do have a business and you use the bottom floor and you drive flood-proof, that is calculated.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that's, okay. So that's where I was going. Okay. Okay.
Now,
Jim?
when the word residential comes up with FAR, we're only talking about the residential within the red area.
Yes.
Other comments or questions for Sarah?
The other comment is I like this incentivizing of resiliency and providing an incentive for people to build above base flood elevation and exceeding minimum FEMA requirements.
For a visual aid, Patrick, you may know this off the top of your head, or Sarah, or maybe Jason. If you took a beachfront property, because that's where it will be the highest, what can you tell me would be the base flood, so that we could have a visual idea of where will these buildings be starting? People throw 12, 14, 16, I've even heard 18 feet.
21.
The base, I think the base flood elevation in the V zone on the Gulf side of Estero is 22 feet above
Yeah.
any.
21 plus 1.
21 plus 1.
I don't see 21 too much, but I think Mr. Ekman's actually onto it. In general, I say as a rule of thumb, on the beach side, it's about 19 and a half feet. That can vary anywhere from 2 feet in any given direction from my experience. The thing to remember is it's not the flood map heights that we're talking about on the beach side. What we're talking about are DEP heights. So in general, I like to say if your lot is between 3 to 5 feet above sea level already on the beach, and 5 feet may even be pushing it, we're talking about anywhere from 15 to 17 feet in some places above your ground level to the lowest horizontal member of the structure. So your actual living height may be closer to
20,
18 to 20 feet above your ground level.
utilizing the freeboard.
Well, I like that you put that in there. Freeboard is actually.
Well, because I just Googled it, and it's all this time, and I never thought to ask that question. It's interesting.
As a professional planner myself, I've never actually, I've been embarrassed to say that I've never asked why it was called freeboard. So it's interesting to know.
Well, it doesn't tell us why it's called freeboard. It's just, it's floodplain management regulations. An additional amount of height above the base flood elevation used as a factor of safety.
Exactly.
I
On
was gonna say
DEP
it's a
heights.
safety factor.
It
really
is a
what it
safety
is.
factor.
Yeah.
You
But
do not
it
add.
can also lower your insurance premiums.
That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. There are no additional freeboard requirements on the DEP heights, though. It's already considered to be a higher standard of compared to the map heights.
But you're not required to do that? Or are you required?
to add an additional measure of safety on the beach side?
You're required to meet the DEP height.
D-
BFE plus one.
BFE
Yes.
plus one. Okay, not, or,
It depends on the study.
Right.
oh, for God's
Interesting.
sakes.
Yeah, there's a study. It's
Oh,
it's a lot.
Okay, so the reason I asked that question was so that people can visualize that 15, 18 feet before you see a structure, which could be good if it's empty. I mean, you'll see some sky.
You can see the goal.
Well, it depends, but, okay. So Dawn, you have any more comments about this?
No comments, just support what Sarah's recommendations, and I do like the idea of, again, getting out of people's way if we can. If there are some instances where removing parking in this area would allow people to move forward without coming in for a TPD or any kind of variances, that would be, I think that's my preference.
Patrick?
Just like to add that I support us not calculating the parking under the building. I like the freeboard. And I don't like the conflicts that we have between our height, allowed height, number of stories, and FAR, where you can meet your allowed height, but somehow get handcuffed by the FAR. It almost feels, and I don't know the history, I haven't been paying attention to things on the beach long enough, but it almost feels like it was almost a poison pill that was put in there to me to say, we'll give you the height, but really you'll never get to build it. And to me, there's a fundamental inconsistency there that we need to correct. So,
Yeah.
those are my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the intention. I will say that I think it maybe got, in the crossfire put together that way, but I certainly don't think that was ever the intention, to not be able to get the building.
But you know what I'd like to suggest to you, Sarah, while you're on your break, or Jason? I think this warrants I meant to do it last night, actually. I think it warrants a reach out to Bill Spakowski to reflect back on this, because it is an inconsistency. And I
He
really,
wasn't big on that.
I really don't think that was, I don't think it was intended to be gotcha. I don't think it was, but,
Sarah, could you go back to that first, I think it was your very first slide. It's like, so I think one of the inconsistencies, I know we're talking about FAR today, but is the height, because you can only get that 30 feet. You can't get that extra floor without, it seems they're always fighting each other. And I'd like to get, so the one where it's 39 feet, max height's 30 feet in her example there. It's just counterintuitive. If we raise it to 40 feet, then you get that extra, third floor in there, and you're not talking 8 stories or whatever. I think that would.
And this is also a difference between how we count stories versus how we count height.
Right.
So right now, we count stories as every floor, whether that's parking or not, but we count height from base flood elevation up.
Right, but you
So-
can't get that third floor at 30 feet.
Well,
You need 39 feet.
but you're not even allowed that third floor.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should have that conversation as well.
Yeah, so-
Not to go bonkers. I don't want everybody at home to think, oh my God, you guys want to make this Miami Beach. I'm just saying it's just counterintuitive. We talk about FAR all the time, but at the end of the day, with our height restriction at only 30 feet, you're handcuffed.
I agree. I think we need to clean up all these discrepancies as a start, and then I'm thinking whether we talk about parking or not, unless the space is used for something, but floodproof walls or something, that the building, the square footage of the actual building be above the base flood elevation. And if you want to add a plus to that, that's fine, but.
Well, and I think that it makes sense to count it as habitable space. And
Yeah,
some codes, they
habitable
make
space,
it
let's call it.
conditioned space, something like that. But, you know, there may be a lobby at base level.
Right.
We definitely want to count anything that's actually usable space, I think.
So
Yeah, I would
would the
agree with
lobby
that.
be counted as usable space? It's not-
Yes.
So you could only have an elevator entrance?
No. So if you were in the VE zone, that would be correct. In the A zone, you could have a flood-proofed lobby area.
And
That's
still not count the first
would
floor?
count.
you would have to count
Well,
the portion that was conditioned and usable.
It would count.
Yeah, we would count anything that's flood-proofed.
But if
And
it was
anything
just the
that's-
parking area, then you wouldn't count
Yeah,
that.
anything below the base flood elevation, lobby or whatever is gonna have to be flood-proof somehow. So, that would be included in the square footage of the building, I would think. Yeah.
When you use the term floor, I mean, a floor could be 9 foot, 10 foot, 11, it doesn't matter how
No.
high it is?
No. it
There's
doesn't.
a maximum in the code, I believe, of 16 feet.
Yeah,
Oh, my
that sounds
Lord.
correct.
Which is not,
Nobody's asked for that.
nobody's asking for it, exactly. On all of these pictures, I used an average 13-foot floor.
Okay.
Even
I
if you
agree.
did a 12-foot, what's the average?
The average that I found was 13, that's why
13,
I
okay.
used it.
I agree with Scott that at some point, we may want to look at height and number of stories, but
Mhm.
I think today the idea was to touch upon this incrementally,
Mhm.
take some bite-size.
Well, and part of the reason for that is because we have to get this comp plan moving forward. That's where we're at right now. We need to get this comp plan moving forward. So we need to have this floor area ratio discussion has kind of gone around and around. You know, it sounds very clear that everybody's kind of on the same page, is not wanting to increase that number at this point. But I wanted to sort of figure out this component, move this on to town council, get the yes on that, and then go back to the comprehensive plan consultant and say, okay, we've got this, let's roll. So that we can get the comprehensive plan done, and then we can move on to fixing a lot of these land development code issues, because I don't want to take this piecemeal. I really want to take this as a very concerted effort, looking at all the components that go into it.
And going back to the comp plan, like you mentioned, by doing this today, we are not changing the FAR maximums in the comp plan. We are providing some relief, which is, I think, beneficial, and we all understand why when it comes to parking under the buildings. But this idea of the comp plan, though, I do want to go back to, even though it's been said by multiple people that the LPA and council has made it pretty clear that don't want to touch a comp plan, well, I still really like this activity center, these nodes or activity centers that were proposed. So I don't want people to think that we don't want to make any changes to our comp plan. I think there are some good recommendations by that consultant. We need to look at them.
Thank you. Yes, that's good to hear. And yes, I'll echo what you said, that we're not done yet.
Yes, I think the problem was that last time, and honestly, I think that some of the comments that he made and the presentation led to some exaggerated assumptions. And so hopefully by him knowing that, hey, we don't want to alter this so dramatically, he will have a clue to that. So, okay, so Sarah, if I could sum this up, I think there appears to be consensus that the parking level, much like most other communities like ours, and for the purpose of expanding resiliency in our community, the parking level should not be counted. Go ahead.
And by that, you do just mean the parking below flood elevation, right? Or do you
Correct.
mean additional
Oh,
floors of parking?
no,
Okay.
just below flood.
Just
What-
to
correct?
clarify, thank you.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
And that it's important for you to proceed with cleaning up the inconsistencies that you have identified here, so that we could have a better representation of what all of this means. Is that right?
With regards to height?
Height, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's not the step I'm at right now.
Okay, you're just at the parking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just showing how all of it sort of plays together so that you
Okay.
guys can see that and, continue thinking about this. I'm not to the point of fixing those. Right now, we're really focused on the FAR.
So do you need to get those fixed before Eddie comes back with his plan, or is that on the run, or what's the
No,
plan there?
I really want to nail down the floor area ratio conversation.
Okay.
Because there has been a lot of confusion, a lot of questions, a lot of back and forth. So I wanted to get good clarity on how we measure, what we measure, and if there is an interest in any increases in, say, the activity centers, to get that very clear. So I guess that might be a good question. Patrick said that, he could see opportunity. You didn't say, you said you liked the concept of the activity nodes. Does anybody think that it might be appropriate in some activity nodes to have any higher floor area ratio, or does everyone think that 2.5 is max limit? And I mean, right now it only applies to the downtown. It does not apply to any other portions of the island, and it only applies to CPDs that are able to reach that point. So it's not a by right, it's not something that you just get. And I'm not sure. Older developments that are on the island may have a 2.5 or maybe even higher, but we don't have good clarity on building measurements to know for sure.
I would think well, maybe not. We've bounced this around, but I think those nodes should have some not super duper extra far, but be consistent with the downtown area.
Okay.
I mean, we have a conversation that maybe one node would have bigger than the other but I think just for clarity and just ease of what people can do, you make it standardized.
But
Thoughts?
you don't want to, do you want to really standardize, for example, Mid-Island to Santini? Very different nodes of the community.
Yeah,
I don't, I don't think
Well,
you.
Santini's, yeah, okay, I see your point.
I think when it comes to any change to the FAR, and that includes in those activity centers, I think we need to have a comprehensive analysis of what that would be. And I'm talking about like even going to the point where we create a bit of a vision. So we know that the Santini area south of the island probably lends itself to some activity center, maybe a little more intensity. And again, I don't know what that is, and I'm not the one making that decision. But I think what's a little more and what's a little less is so difficult to picture and also very subjective as to, for one person, a little more height is acceptable. For other people, they don't like it. So I think the best way to tackle that, you do it through some kind of design and visioning. And if people buy into that design and vision, if that vision that everybody can embrace has a little more FAR, then it makes sense. If it doesn't, if it's within the standards of what we currently have, we don't change it. But I think it needs to be a little more comprehensive.
As a jump off of what Patrick is saying and what you're saying too, Scott, there are so many parallel conversations occurring on the island right now that all lead me to saying that what we really need to be talking about is a comprehensive post-Ian redevelopment plan.
Yes.
What does the whole island look like as we redevelop? Not just what does Moss Marine or Pink Shell or Beach Baptist want to do, or what you may do at Sea Gypsy or anything else, but comprehensively look at the entire island and map it out. vision it, map it, charrette it, do whatever you want to do, but it needs to be something that that Sarah could print out a map or somebody could look at online and say, oh, that's what they're going to do. I mean, imagine if we achieved that. So if you all walked into my condo that I'm in right now and looked at this map that looked at this one wall by my dining room table, you would see the future land use map, all the zoning categories with what they can do. I was describing this to Councilmember Blvd, and he said, all you need are some push pins and some red string, and it's going to look like you're trying to map out a murder or something. But what I listening to Scott talk about this group that he's, started, listening to all these conversations, it's like what everybody's really talking about is this. But we need to, I really truly believe we need to do it comprehensively, and we should be talking about it very actively when we come back from break. Because if we continue to look at bites, I think it does a real disservice to the community, and I think we are going to miss tremendous opportunities where maybe there's a pocket that the discussion about increasing the FAR makes sense. I mean, look, what's the outrigger going to do? We don't know yet, but that's a place where it's in the high-rise zone of the island. Maybe it makes sense for that to be another high-rise. I don't know. But does it make sense for something that's in the quiet center, like Beach Baptist Church, unfortunately? I think I know the answer to that. But I just wanted to throw that notion out to you all, because you're all great thinkers, to really, if we could start thinking about this. I mean, on my board, which is my wall, it says post-Ian redevelopment plan. And then I have two buttons. One, prioritize residents getting back into their homes. Getting back into their homes. Number two, help businesses recapture their business. Now, recapture could be, this FAR could help a lot of businesses recapture their business. But then a big one is contemplate potential expansion. And what does that look like from an impact on the island, not just from the actual physical structure, but the infrastructure that it will require. Because that's a whole other discussion, which I do not have the brain to think about, but I know that several of you do. I just don't. I don't think in those terms. But I have been thinking a great deal about this. We've talked about the comp plan, and we've talked about the LDC, and those are daunting documents to wrap your heads around. Even though it's, kind of plainly written. But if we really took our map and started talking about a redevelopment plan, with those as our guidelines and rules, I think it could be a very productive exercise for the town.
I think it would also be helpful because it might help people see what other options there are.
Sure.
Because everybody says, everybody wants to get back what they had, not thinking about what they could have. What was not available at that time could be available now. And ways to really improve the community and build in a safer and, more beautiful way.
Sure.
And that would be hugely helpful for staff also.
Yeah.
I think there's some positive news for everybody. Urban Land Institute, ULI, has been contacted by the town. I'm a member, so the local chapter just asked me some questions. So I know the process is in motion. They have a national advisory panel that can come into a community like ours and provide some recommendations as to how to proceed forward with some redevelopment. Typically, they don't get into the nitty-gritty like design, but they do make some policy recommendations and recommended actions. So I think that could be a good first step if we can get them down here quickly. And that's what they would do, open things up to the public, get input from everybody. They're kind of a neutral third party from the outside. They make their recommendations. If we receive those recommendations and say, yes, we agree as a town, then the next step is go into a little more detail and implementing those recommendations.
Well, that certainly could be an interesting start
Yeah.
to this process. Mhm. Yeah. Other questions or comments for Sarah? Okay.
So everybody pretty much feels good about the not counting parking, moving forward the recommendation to town council that you would not count the parking below flood if they built 3 feet.
Do you want a motion on that, or consensus?
No, it's just,
No,
yeah,
it's
consensus.
really a discussion.
But was that clear to you that if there is ground floor structure, then
So
that
habitable,
counts?
habitable space.
Well, habitable, do
Usable.
we
Flood-proof,
usable?
usable, habitable.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you very much. People are gonna say, they didn't talk about how high it's gonna be. All right, next item is administrative agenda. Is there anything? LPA members' items and reports. Scott?
I'd just like to let everyone know that Let's Go FMB is going to have a meeting here tomorrow. Anybody interested in wanting to be on a committee, we've got commercial committees, residential committees, and infrastructure committees. So anyone wanting to join one of our committees, please come out here tomorrow between 1 and 3.
Thank you. Jim, anything?
No report.
How about you, Jane?
Well, I want to ask Sarah and Jason if they could bring something back to us at possibly the next meeting after break, because I'm hearing about and seeing a lot of property splits, lot splits, that we have something on the books that says you can't split a lot that's got a commingled property on it. And so we either need to get that corrected in our comp plan, or we need to.
Jane, do you know where that is? Because after our last meeting, I went back and I searched the LDC in detail. And
Well, I
could
can't
not-
imagine it wasn't ever put in there because it
And I
was.
could not find it. But
Well,
I
That was a
remember-
heated debate.
It was a huge debate because.
I think that might have been removed.
Well, and I wonder how. But I also, the last list that the gentleman brought forward from Coral Street, there's a whole bunch of lot splits, and several of them are non-conforming lots, and I'd like to know how they got to build 2 structures on non-conforming lots without coming before us. The one that hit me the most, because when I drove down Anita Street one day, I said, how did that property get split and built on that lot? It's not big enough. That's at the corner of Jefferson and
No, I looked,
Estero.
that is 2 lots.
It is
But-
2 lots, but it had a commingled building on it.
Yes, it had a commingled building on it, that's right.
But the lots are not
No, they're
50
not.
feet wide. So it's,
Did they demolish, or was the house demolished?
Yes, it was.
but it was
and
torn
they
down
can-
before the hurricane.
The way the
yes.
Yeah, it
code,
was.
the way the code is written, you can replat those lots. If there was a house, if there was a structure that crossed the line and then that was demoed, they can replat the lots.
But they built 2 lots.
But-
Yeah.
They're not 50-foot wide lots.
If the original subdivision allowed that size lot, that's the size lot they can get back.
It would be a minimum use determination, that's what we're
Yes, they
saying.
do have
You-
to do-
You
they
go
do
back
have
to the
to-
original plat, and if the
Yes.
original plat was 40 feet, you're allowed to go 40
Yeah, then they're
feet.
allowed to go to that original plat.
But-
Yeah.
And I think the caveat being where, at one point, I remember years ago, seeing that clause that said, if you put a building that straddles 2 lots, you've essentially waived the right to then go back to the 2.
So this is
I
disappeared.
can no longer find that. I don't know what the history
Have you
is there,
guys
but
seen
I
it?
can no longer find it.
No, that,
It was news to me when I heard about it
Yeah.
last meeting. If I may, very briefly, Mr. Lettieri brought up 3 individual lots he had questions on. One of them we're doing a little searching on. I think that may be a problem with the county doing the split and not contacting us. But 2 of the ones that he did bring up were actually in RC districts, and they only require to be compliant for them to be 45 by 80. So the 2 that he brought to my attention I went back and looked at them myself, and that was the differentiation between his concern, where he's in an RS and requires 75 by 100, and that those two lots that he brought up did make it, just because they're only required to be 45 by 80.
And do you know off the top of your head what this tan color is? Is that RS or RC?
Hold on, look.
RC, I think, okay.
It's
Yeah, I
RC?
think the tan is
RC.
RC.
Okay.
Yes.
And so if there are lots of record, they can split them with no variance?
Well, in the case that was brought up to us, the lots, once they finished the proposed split, would have been compliant under today's codes in the RC district, because they were splitting lots and ended up with two lots that were 45 by 80. So they were allowed by right to make those splits.
Interesting, okay. The other thing I wanted, okay, that's all on this, but the only other thing I wanted to mention is that everybody should have gotten their package from the Lee County Supervisor of Elections.
to file
And you
your
need to make sure you get those in by July something.
First.
And if you haven't got them, call them, because they will actually fine you for being a volunteer and not getting your package in.
Yeah, your disclosure.
Yeah. Doug, anything?
No, ma'am.
How about you, Patrick?
Nothing.
And Don? No? I don't have anything either, other than to wish you all a very nice, I was going to say Christmas vacation, but summer vacation. Nancy, do you have anything for us?
No, I was going to mention the Form 1, so thank you for doing that. July 1st is the deadline, and you want to make sure you take care of that. And thank you for having me here. I've enjoyed it. You guys are going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you, Nancy. Any community development reports? You guys have been reporting all day. Thank you very much for your
Don't
hard work.
believe there's anything.
And items for next month agenda, we're good. Okay.
We have July off.
Right.
Great, okay.
So no July meetings?
No July meeting, no.
It
no July
sounds
meeting.
that like there may be something
When's the
on.
next meeting?
August,
8th.
no,
No?
August, no, I don't, I
August
can't.
8th.
Is it August 8th?
Yep.
Yep, it's August 8th. No, because I think Dan said that their first meeting was the 8th for some reason. No, that doesn't mean that ours won't either. Okay, well, you could double check that for us if you would, Sarah.
Yes.
Anything else? We're adjourned at 2:03.
Are you not going to be
Thank
back
you all.
by August 8th?
No, I will not be.